This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've been driving trucks for 15 years now, seen just about everything you can imagine on America's highways: accidents, weird hitchhikers, roadkill that didn't look like any animal I recognized. But what happened last October is something I can't explain, and it's the reason I don't do night routes anymore. I was about 3 weeks into my new gig with Horizon Freight. Pay was better than my last company, and they seemed organized, professional. When dispatch called me about a special delivery with a hefty bonus, I didn't think twice. The load needed to be picked up from a warehouse in Lincoln at 9 in the evening and delivered to a location about 4 hours north by morning. The bonus was enough to cover my daughter's braces, so I agreed immediately. The warehouse was in an industrial district I wasn't familiar with. Most of the buildings were dark when I pulled in around 8:45. The place looked abandoned except for one dim light above a loading dock. I remember checking the address 3 times because it felt wrong. There were only 2 guys working there. No forklift operator, no supervisor, just these 2 men who barely spoke. They loaded what looked like 6 large wooden crates onto my trailer. Heavy as hell. I could feel my rig dip with each one. When I asked what I was hauling, one of them just mumbled machinery parts and handed me the manifest to sign. The paperwork seemed legit, but something about the whole setup made my skin crawl. The guy who handed me the papers had this 1,000-yard stare, like he hadn't slept in days. His hands were trembling. I chalked it up to too much caffeine or maybe drugs. Looking back, I should have trusted my gut and walked away. By 10:15, I was on the highway heading north. The route took me off the interstate pretty quick, onto these state highways that got increasingly narrow as the hours ticked by. My GPS kept recalculating, which was annoying but not unusual in rural areas. Around midnight, the trees started to close in on both sides of the road. I'm talking thick forest right up to the shoulder, creating this tunnel effect that messed with my depth perception. The moon was full that night, casting these weird shadows across the asphalt. I cranked up my radio to stay alert, some classic rock station that was coming in with a lot of static. That's when I saw the first figure. It was standing at the edge of the tree line, maybe 50 yards ahead. Just a dark silhouette, but definitely human-shaped. I slowed down automatically, thinking it was someone broken down or lost. But as my headlights swept over the spot, there was nothing there. Completely empty. I blinked hard, shook my head. Must have been tired seeing things. I grabbed my thermos and took a big gulp of coffee. About 20 minutes later, my GPS went haywire. The screen flickered, showing coordinates that made no sense, negative numbers and symbols that shouldn't have been there. I tried rebooting it, but it just showed a black screen with those same weird coordinates flashing. I switched to my phone's GPS, but there was no signal, not a single bar. The radio started acting up too. The music cut out, replaced by this low static. I was about to turn it off when I heard a voice through the white noise, faint at first, then clearer. Turn back. I nearly swerved off the road. The voice was raspy, barely audible through the static, but I heard it clear as day. I jabbed at the preset buttons, trying to find another station, but every frequency had the same static. Turn back now. I switched off the radio, my heart pounding in my chest. The highway stretched ahead, empty and dark. My headlights seemed dimmer somehow, like the darkness was pushing back against them. I checked my mirrors, half expecting to see someone in the cab with me. That's when my high beams caught her. A woman standing on the shoulder about 100 yards ahead. She had long dark hair and was wearing what looked like a white dress or nightgown. She wasn't moving, just standing there staring directly at my truck as I approached. I slowed down, torn between stopping to help and the growing dread in my gut. As I got closer, I could see her face more clearly in the headlights. She was pale, with dark circles under her eyes, but otherwise looked normal. Not injured, not dirty like she'd been wandering in the woods, just standing there, waiting. When I was about 50 feet away, she turned her head to follow my truck with her eyes, not her body, just her head, rotating too far to be natural. I hit the gas, deciding whatever her situation was, I wanted no part of it. As I passed her, my engine sputtered and died. The truck rolled to a stop about 200 feet past where she'd been standing. I tried the ignition. Nothing, not even a click. The dashboard was completely dark. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and my phone, which still showed no signal. I sat there for a few minutes trying to decide what to do. Company policy said to stay with the vehicle, but something told me that wasn't an option. I had to check the engine, maybe call for help if I could get a signal by walking a bit. When I opened the door and stepped down, the silence hit me first. No insects, no wind in the trees, nothing. Just dead silence. The air felt heavy, like right before a thunderstorm. My flashlight beam seemed to penetrate only a few feet into the darkness. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded wrong, like it was being swallowed by the darkness. "Help me." I spun around, nearly dropping my flashlight. The woman's voice had come from behind me, back toward where I'd seen her. She was closer now, maybe 30 feet away, still in that white dress. Her hair hung over her face, but I could see she was looking at me through the strands. "Are you okay? Do you need medical help?" I called, keeping my distance. "They're coming for me," she said, her voice surprisingly normal. "The shadows. They'll take you too if you stay too long." I glanced around nervously. "What shadows? Who's after you?" She took a step closer. "My name is Lila. I've been stuck here for so long. Please, we need to leave before they notice you." As if on cue, my truck's headlights flickered back to life. The engine turned over without me touching the key. I looked back at Lila, who was now only 10 feet away. "Get in," she said urgently. "They've already noticed." Every instinct told me to get back in my truck alone and floor it. But something in her eyes, the genuine terror there, made me hesitate. And I couldn't just leave someone out here in the middle of nowhere, could I? I climbed into the driver's seat and she got in the passenger side. Up close, she looked completely normal, maybe in her 30s with no visible injuries, just terrified. "Drive," she said, looking in the side mirror. "Now." I put the truck in gear and took off. The engine sounded wrong, like it was straining against something. We'd gone maybe half a mile when Lila's demeanor changed. She stopped looking behind us and turned to face me directly. "You shouldn't have stopped," she said, her voice lower. "The shadows don't like it when someone stops for me." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean?" "They're angry now. They're coming faster." She was staring at me with an intensity that made me grip the wheel tighter. "I tried to warn you through the radio." That's when I noticed the temperature in the cab had dropped dramatically. I could see my breath. The truck's heater was running full blast, but it felt like December in there. I checked my rearview mirror and nearly drove off the road. There was something behind us, not headlights, not another vehicle, just a rolling mass of darkness, like a storm cloud hugging the ground. It was moving fast, gaining on us. "What the fuck is that?" I shouted, pushing the accelerator to the floor. Lila's hand shot out and gripped my arm. Her fingers were ice cold, digging into my skin with impossible strength. "They've been waiting for someone like you, someone who could see me. Most drive right past." I tried to pull my arm away, but her grip was like iron. That's when I noticed her reflection in the windshield wasn't matching her movements. While the Lila beside me was holding my arm, her reflection was sitting still, staring straight ahead. "You're one of them," I whispered. She smiled then, and her teeth looked wrong. "Too many, too sharp. I'm trapped here, just like they are, just like you will be." The whispers started then, soft at first, coming from all around the cab, multiple voices, overlapping, saying things I couldn't quite make out. The darkness in my mirrors was closer now, tendrils of shadow reaching out toward the back of my trailer. "They're hungry," Lila said, her voice changing, becoming part of the whispers. "It's been so long since anyone stopped." The truck started shaking violently. The steering wheel jerked in my hands, trying to pull us off the road. The whispers grew louder, and I could understand some of them now. They were saying my name over and over, along with things like "stay with us" and "never leave." Lila's hand on my arm felt like it was burning through my sleeve now. I looked down and saw her fingers weren't fingers anymore. They were these elongated, shadow-like appendages wrapping around my forearm, seeping into my skin like smoke. "What's in those crates?" I demanded, struggling to keep the truck on the road. "What am I carrying?" Her smile widened impossibly. "Empty boxes. We just needed a reason for you to come this way, to this road, our road." The whispers became a roar. The darkness was all around us now, seeping in through the vents, the cracks around the doors. The cab lights flickered and died. The only illumination came from the dashboard and headlights, which were dimming rapidly. In that moment, I made a decision that probably saved my life. I slammed on the brakes and yanked the wheel hard to the right. The truck skidded, then tipped onto its side, sliding across the asphalt in a shower of sparks. The momentum threw Lila, or whatever she was, away from me, her shadowy grip breaking. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I kicked out the windshield and crawled through, cutting my hands on the glass. The whispers were deafening now, and the darkness swirled around me like a living thing. I ran blindly into the forest, branches whipping my face, roots trying to trip me. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. I just know I didn't stop until the sky started to lighten with dawn. When I finally collapsed against a tree trunk, gasping for breath, the forest around me looked completely normal. Birds were singing. The air was warm. It took me another 2 hours of walking to find a road, and another hour after that to get a signal on my phone. When the state police found me, they said my truck was parked neatly on the shoulder of Highway 29, about 40 miles from where I thought I was. The cargo was intact. There was no damage to the windshield, no sign I'd crashed at all. The police report says I likely fell asleep at the wheel, pulled over safely, then had some kind of episode brought on by exhaustion and wandered into the woods. The company was surprisingly understanding, gave me 2 weeks off with pay, but I know what I saw, what I felt. Sometimes I still hear the whispers when I'm falling asleep. I've tried researching that stretch of highway, looking for similar stories. Found a few vague reports of truckers going missing over the years, but nothing concrete. I'm back on the road now. Day shifts only. I don't care how much extra they offer. I don't drive at night anymore. And if dispatch tries to send me anywhere near Highway 29, I quit on the spot, because whatever's waiting there, in the shadows of the highway, it knows my name now. And I get the feeling it's patient. Very, very patient. Story 2. I was 8 years old when my family moved to Pine Grove. It was supposed to be an upgrade. A bigger house in a better neighborhood with more kids my age. Before that, we lived in an apartment complex where I shared a room with my younger brother. I'd never experienced anything weird or paranormal in my life up to that point. I was just a normal kid who played video games, collected baseball cards, and complained about homework. The house in Pine Grove looked normal enough from the outside. 2 stories, brick front, decent yard. My parents were excited about it. My mom kept going on about the character it had, whatever that meant to an 8-year-old. I remember walking through it the first time, feeling like it was massive compared to our apartment. I got my own room finally, with a bunk bed, even though I didn't need to share. My parents thought I'd have friends stay over, I guess. The first few weeks were completely normal. We unpacked, I started at my new school, made a few friends. Nothing weird. Then things started happening gradually, so gradually that at first, none of us connected the dots. The first incident I can clearly remember happened about a month after we moved in. I was playing on the bottom bunk of my bed when I heard a weird creaking sound above me. I looked up just in time to see my metal transformer toy, one of the heavy die-cast ones from the 80s that my dad had given me, sliding off the top bunk. It should have fallen straight down and probably would have hit me in the face or head, but instead it hung there dangling, suspended by a single thread from my blanket that had somehow wrapped around it. I just sat there staring at it, watching it swing slightly. The thread wasn't there before. I know because I had just put the toy up there minutes earlier. I ran to get my mom. But by the time we came back, the toy was on the floor. The thread was gone. She thought I was making it up or exaggerating. I wasn't. About 2 weeks later, I was home alone after school. My mom usually got home about an hour after me, and my dad worked late. My siblings had after-school activities that day. I was in my room doing homework when I heard voices from downstairs. My mom calling my name, my brother laughing. I thought they'd come home early, so I went downstairs calling back to them. But as I got to the bottom of the stairs, the voices stopped. Complete silence. The kind of silence that feels wrong somehow. I checked every room, even opened closets. Nobody was there. The doors were all locked from the inside. I ran back to my room and didn't come out until I heard my mom's car in the driveway, for real this time. When I told my family about it at dinner, my sister got really quiet. Then she admitted she'd experienced something similar the week before. She thought she heard me calling her from the basement, but when she went down, there was nothing. My brother then said he'd heard what sounded like my sister arguing with someone in her room, but when he checked, her room was empty and she was outside in the backyard. That's when we realized something weird was happening. Something was mimicking our voices. Our dogs noticed it too. We had 2 Labradors who were normally pretty chill, but in that house they would sometimes stop whatever they were doing and stare at empty corners or bark at blank walls. They refused to go into certain rooms, especially the basement and the small room off the kitchen that my parents used as an office. They would stand at the doorway of those rooms and growl, hackles raised. I started seeing things at night, not full apparitions or anything that dramatic, just movements in my peripheral vision, shadows that seemed to slide along the walls when I walked through the hallway to the bathroom. I'd catch glimpses of what looked like someone standing at the end of the hall, but when I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. I started running from the bathroom back to my room, diving under the covers like something was chasing me. The worst part was waking up with injuries I couldn't explain. Small scratches on my arms or legs, bruises on my shins or forearms that I had no memory of getting. One morning I woke up with 3 perfect scratch marks across my back, like someone had dragged their fingernails from my right shoulder blade to the middle of my spine. My mom freaked out and asked if I'd scratched myself in my sleep, but they were in a place I couldn't have reached easily. My dad was the only one who didn't seem completely shocked by what was happening. He grew up near the Appalachian Mountains in a really rural area, and he had all these stories about weird things he'd seen as a kid. Ghosts, strange creatures in the woods, lights that would follow people. The difference was, his friends who grew up there could back up his stories. They'd all experienced the same things. He thought maybe we'd brought something with us to the new house. My parents had bought an antique mirror at an estate sale right before we moved. It came from some old house that was supposedly haunted. My mom loved it. Big, ornate gold frame, slightly tarnished glass that gave everything a yellowish tint. She hung it in the upstairs hallway. After a few months of weird experiences, my dad took the mirror down and got rid of it, thinking maybe that was the source. But nothing changed. If anything, things got worse. The activity seemed to follow patterns. It would be really intense for a few weeks, then nothing would happen for a month or so, and we'd start to think maybe it was over. Then it would start again, usually worse than before. One night when I was about 10, I woke up around 3 in the morning needing to use the bathroom. I was too scared to go alone, so I woke my brother up and made him come with me. As we were heading back to our rooms, we both heard what sounded like heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. We froze, thinking maybe it was our dad checking on something. The footsteps got to the top of the stairs, and we could hear them walking down the hallway toward us, but there was nobody there, nothing visible making those sounds. We could hear the floorboards creaking with each step. My brother started crying, and I grabbed his hand and pulled him into my room. We hid under the covers until morning. At breakfast, without us saying anything, my dad asked if we'd been running around upstairs in the middle of the night. He said the footsteps had woken him up. That's when we knew for sure it wasn't just our imagination. My sister had it worst. She was 12 when we moved in, and whatever was in that house seemed to focus on her more than anyone else. Her things would go missing and turn up in weird places. Like her hairbrush would disappear from her dresser and show up in the freezer. She'd wake up with her hair tangled in knots that took hours to brush out. Once, she woke up to find all her stuffed animals arranged in a circle on the floor around her bed, staring inward. She'd left them on the shelf when she went to sleep. We thought about moving, but my parents had put all their money into this house. We couldn't afford to just leave, so we adapted. We created rules without ever really discussing them. Don't go into certain rooms alone. Always keep your bedroom door closed at night. If you hear someone calling you, verify where they actually are before responding. Never acknowledge the footsteps or the shadows. The entity, or whatever it was, seemed to feed on fear and attention. The more scared we got, the more active it became. So we tried to ignore it as much as possible, which was easier said than done. I remember one specific day that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I was 11, homesick from school with a fever. My mom had to go to work but checked on me every hour by phone. I was lying in bed watching TV when the temperature in my room suddenly dropped. I could see my breath. It was September and warm outside, around 70 degrees, but my room felt like a freezer. Then I heard whispering, not just one voice but several, all talking over each other. Too quiet to make out words, but definitely voices. They seemed to be coming from inside the walls. I pulled the covers up to my chin, trying to convince myself it was just the fever making me hallucinate. The whispers got louder, more insistent, and then my TV turned off by itself. Not just the screen, it unplugged itself. I watched the cord pull out of the wall socket like someone had yanked it. I was about to run out of the room when something pushed me back down onto the bed. Hard, like hands shoving against my shoulders. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel the pressure holding me down. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. It felt like something was sitting on my chest, crushing the air out of my lungs. This went on for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Then suddenly, it released me. The room warmed up. The whispering stopped. When my mom called to check on me, I was crying so hard I could barely speak. She came home immediately, but by then there was no evidence of what had happened. She thought the fever had given me a nightmare. I know I was awake. What makes all of this real, what convinces me it wasn't just kids with overactive imaginations, is that we all experienced similar things independently. My parents would try to rationalize it. Old house, settling noises, drafty windows. But there's no rational explanation for voices that mimic your family members, for objects moving on their own, for physical marks appearing on your body overnight. We checked for gas leaks, thinking maybe we were all hallucinating from carbon monoxide or something. Nothing. The house was structurally sound, no mold issues, nothing that could explain what we were experiencing. And the consistency of it, the same phenomena happening to different family members at different times, makes it impossible to dismiss. I lived in that house until I left for college. The activity never completely stopped, though it did seem to lessen as we got older. Maybe whatever was there got bored with us, or maybe we just got so used to it that we stopped noticing the smaller incidents. My parents still live there. They say things are quiet now, just occasional odd noises or items that disappear and reappear. But I can't stay overnight when I visit. I've tried, but I always end up leaving around midnight, making excuses about having an early meeting the next day or something. The truth is, I still feel watched in that house. I still catch those movements in the corner of my eye. I still hear things. Whatever was in that house changed me. I'm always looking over my shoulder, always sleeping with a light on, always checking behind shower curtains and inside closets. I can't explain what happened there, and part of me doesn't want to know. Some things are better left unexplained. Story 3. I still get goosebumps when I think about that house in Blackwater Creek. It's been almost 2 years, but the memories are so vivid I could have sworn it all happened yesterday. I was 17 when my family moved in with my mom's old college friends, the Millers. They had this huge, creaky farmhouse on the outskirts of town where the streetlights ended and the woods began. The house was odd from the start. 3 stories with all these random additions built over the decades. The layout made no sense. Hallways that seemed to lead nowhere, tiny doors in weird places, and my room, God, my room was the worst placement ever. To get to it, you had to go through the upstairs bathroom, then through this narrow walk-in closet. It was like whoever designed it wanted to make sure I'd be trapped if something happened. We moved in late August, right before my senior year started. The Millers had only bought the place 6 months earlier, and they were still finding weird stuff from the previous owners. That's when Mrs. Miller told us, all casual-like over dinner, "Oh, did we mention the people before us practiced voodoo or something? We keep finding the strangest things." My fork literally froze halfway to my mouth. Voodoo in rural Blackwater Creek? She must have seen my face because she laughed and said, "Don't worry, Emma, we've blessed the house, but we are still finding dolls everywhere." She wasn't kidding. Over the next few days, I helped them clean out some of the storage spaces, and we found dolls tucked into the weirdest corners. Baby dolls with missing limbs, Barbie heads without bodies, these creepy handmade cloth things with button eyes. I wanted to throw them all in a bonfire, but Mrs. Miller kept putting them in boxes for donation. Who the hell would want those nightmare fuel toys? But the worst discovery came about a week after we moved in. I was heading to my room when I noticed something taped to the outside of my door. 4 pencils with tiny yarn heads tied to the tops. Each one had a name scratched into the wood, names I didn't recognize. They were positioned in a square pattern, the yarn heads facing outward like they were standing guard. "Mrs. Miller?" I called out, not wanting to touch them. "What are these?" She came upstairs, looked at them and shrugged. "More weird stuff from before. I'll take them down." "Maybe we shouldn't," I said, feeling a strange prickle at the back of my neck. "If someone put them there for a reason." "Don't be silly, Emma. It's just junk." She reached for them, but I stopped her. Maybe we should find out what they are first." She rolled her eyes, but agreed to leave them for now. I tried researching voodoo practices online that night, but couldn't find anything specific about pencil dolls. I did learn enough to know that disturbing protective objects was generally a bad idea. 2 days later, I came home from school to find the pencils gone. Mrs. Miller had decided they were creeping everyone out and threw them away. I felt uneasy, but tried to convince myself I was being paranoid. That night was when it happened. My parents and the Millers had gone to the Rusty Nail, this dive bar in town that apparently had amazing wings. I stayed home because I had a history paper due Monday. I was sitting on my bed, back against the wall, scrolling through videos on my iPad. It was around 9:30, and the house was completely silent except for the occasional creak of the old wood settling. I always kept my bedroom door cracked open because I hated feeling completely closed in, a habit from childhood. I'd propped it open with one of those infant car seats the Millers had in storage. They had grown kids my age. The car seat was heavy enough that the door wouldn't move. I remember exactly what I was doing when it happened. My iPad suddenly locked, asking for a password. For the life of me, I couldn't remember what I'd set it to. I tried a few combinations, but nothing worked. Frustrated, I put it down beside me on the bed and just sat there for a minute, trying to remember. The house was completely silent. No TV, no music, nothing but the occasional tick from the old radiator in the corner. I was aware of how isolated we were out there, surrounded by empty fields and distant woods. The nearest neighbor was over half a mile away. About 10 minutes passed as I sat there, mentally running through possible passwords. Then it happened. My bedroom door, the one propped open with a heavy car seat, suddenly flew open, not like someone pushed it gently. It slammed open, crashing against the wall behind it with such force that the car seat was shoved across the floor. The bang was so loud I actually screamed. My heart instantly started racing. I froze, staring at the doorway, waiting to see who had pushed it. But there was nobody there. No one. And that's when I realized I hadn't heard any footsteps. The house had wood floors everywhere, and they creaked like crazy when anyone walked on them. You could hear people moving throughout the entire house, but there had been no sound at all before my door violently burst open. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Is anyone there?" Silence. I sat there for what felt like forever, afraid to move. I was trying to rationalize what had happened. Maybe a draft, but there were no open windows, and it would have taken hurricane-force winds to move that door against the weight of the car seat. Maybe someone had come home early and was playing a prank, but I would have heard them on those creaky stairs and floors. After about 5 minutes of sitting frozen in terror, I finally got the courage to get up. I moved to the doorway and peered out into the bathroom. Empty. I checked the closet. Nothing. I even made myself walk downstairs to check if anyone had come home. The house was completely empty. I was alone. I ran back upstairs, grabbed my phone, and called my mom. When she answered, I could hear the noise of the bar in the background. "Mom, I think there's someone in the house," I whispered. "What? Emma, we can't hear you. It's loud here," she shouted over the music. "The door!" I yelled. My bedroom door just slammed open by itself. There was a pause, and I heard her moving somewhere quieter. "Honey, it's probably just the wind or the house settling. These old farmhouses make weird noises." "No, Mom, you don't understand. It flew open, like someone kicked it as hard as they could. The car seat moved across the floor." She sighed. "Do you want us to come home?" I was about to say yes, but then I thought about how long I'd have to wait alone in that house. "No, just, can you stay on the phone with me while I check the house again?" With my mom on the line, I did another search, checking every room, closet, and even under beds. Nothing. No signs of an intruder. When I finally returned to my room, I saw the car seat had been pushed almost 3 feet from where it had been. "There's nobody here," I told her. "But Mom, that door didn't move by itself." "We'll be home in an hour, sweetie. Just lock your door and try to relax." I couldn't lock my door. There was no lock. And after we hung up, I couldn't bring myself to close it either. What if it flew open again? Or worse, what if it slammed shut and trapped me? I sat on my bed with my back against the wall, staring at the open doorway until my parents got home. I told them everything again, but of course, by then it was easy to dismiss. The door was open, the car seat was moved, but there was no proof of anything supernatural. That night was just the beginning. Over the next few weeks, other things started happening. Toys that had been packed away would appear in different rooms. Once, I found one of those creepy dolls sitting on the kitchen table when I came down for breakfast. Though everyone denied putting it there, the bathroom became a nightmare for me. Since everyone had to walk through it to get to my room, I was constantly paranoid about privacy. I started showering with a chair propped against the frosted glass door because I swore I could see a shadow standing on the other side. Not a normal shadow. It was too tall, too still. When I'd open the door to check, no one would be there, but the feeling of being watched would linger. The worst part was that nobody believed me. My parents thought I was just struggling with the move and making up reasons to go back to our old town. The Millers clearly thought I was being dramatic. Mr. Miller even joked once that maybe the voodoo ghosts had a crush on me. Things got increasingly tense between our families. What had started as friends helping friends turned into passive-aggressive comments and arguments about bills and space. Looking back, I wonder if whatever was in that house was affecting everyone's moods. After about 2 months, we finally moved out. My parents claimed it was because they'd found a rental closer to my dad's new job, but I knew it was because of the growing tension with the Millers. And maybe, just maybe, because they'd finally started to notice weird things too, though they never admitted it. The night before we left, I was packing the last of my things when I found something that made my blood run cold. Tucked between my mattress and box spring was a pencil with a yarn head, one of the 4 that had been on my door. The name scratched into it was Emma. I've never told anyone about finding that pencil. I threw it away immediately, buried deep in the trash where no one would see it. I didn't want to know how it got there or why my name was on it when the original 4 had different names. We've been in our new place for almost 2 years now. Normal house, normal neighborhood, no weird history. But sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still hear that sound. the violent bang of my door flying open against the wall, and I still have no explanation for what could have done that. No wind, no person, nothing natural could have moved that heavy car seat like it was made of paper. I've tried researching voodoo and other practices more since then, trying to understand what those pencil figures might have been. The best I can figure is they were some kind of ward or protection, and when Mrs. Miller removed them, well, whatever they were keeping out got in. I still sleep with my door open a crack. But now, instead of a car seat, I use a doorstop wedged so tightly that nothing, human or otherwise, could ever move it without me hearing first. Story 4. I've been driving trucks for almost 22 years now, and I've seen pretty much everything you can imagine on the road. Drunk drivers weaving across 3 lanes at 2 in the morning, accidents that make your stomach turn, wildlife that seems to have a death wish. But what happened to me 3 months ago on that stretch of Route 66 through the Texas Panhandle, I still can't explain it, and it's messing with my head every time I get behind the wheel. I was hauling agricultural supplies from Albuquerque to Fort Worth, pretty standard route that I've done dozens of times. The dispatcher had me on a tight schedule, so I'd been pushing hard, already 15 hours into my drive. I know that's over the legal limit, but you know how it is with these companies. They expect miracles, and your job depends on delivering them. It was just after midnight when I hit that empty stretch of highway in the Panhandle, middle of nowhere, pitch black except for my headlights cutting through the darkness. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was doing all the usual tricks, blasting cold air, singing along to the radio, slapping myself in the face. Nothing was working. I knew I needed to stop before I killed myself or someone else. There was this small rest area coming up, not much more than a gravel lot with some ancient toilets and a couple of picnic tables. No lights except for a single flickering lamppost that looked like it was ready to give up. Not ideal, but better than falling asleep at the wheel. I pulled in, cut the engine, and just sat there for a minute, listening to it tick as it cooled down. The silence out there was something else. No traffic noise, no people, nothing but the wind whistling across the plains. I grabbed my flashlight and headed to the bathroom to splash some water on my face. The place was disgusting, exactly what you'd expect from a middle-of-nowhere rest stop that probably hadn't been cleaned since the 90s. But I did what I needed to do and headed back to my rig. That's when I saw her. She was standing at the edge of the parking lot, right where the gravel met the scrubby grass. Just standing there. A woman in a tattered beige coat that hung off her frame like it belonged to someone twice her size. Her hair was this tangled mess that looked like it hadn't seen a brush in weeks. I nearly jumped out of my skin because I was certain no one had been there when I pulled in. I hesitated. Every instinct told me to get back in my truck, lock the doors, and get the hell out of there. But something about the way she was standing, kind of hunched and lost looking, made me think she might be in trouble. I'd been raised to help people in need, and out here, miles from anywhere, someone in trouble could easily end up dead. "Hey there," I called out, keeping my distance. "You okay?" She turned slowly toward me. Her face was pale, almost gray in the weak light, with these deep shadows under her eyes. She looked exhausted, but there was something else about her expression I couldn't place. Something off. "I need to get home," she said, her voice raspy but surprisingly clear in the night air. "Can you help me?" "Where's your car?" I asked, looking around the empty lot. She just shook her head. "Please, I've been waiting so long." Every safety training and common sense rule was screaming at me not to pick up a hitchhiker, especially not in the middle of the night, especially not a strange woman who appeared out of nowhere. But the temperature was dropping fast, and the next town was at least 30 miles away. If she'd been abandoned here, she might not make it through the night. "What's your name?" I asked, trying to gauge if she was dangerous, drugged, or just desperate. "Lila," she said after a pause that went on just a beat too long. "My name is Lila." "I'm Daniel," I replied. "I'm heading east toward Fort Worth. I can take you as far as the next town if that helps." She nodded, this small jerky movement, and started walking toward my truck. I noticed she wasn't carrying anything. No purse, no bag, nothing. Just herself in that oversized coat. I unlocked the passenger door and she climbed in. The cab light showed her face better, and I could see she was younger than I'd thought, maybe early 30s, but with this worn-out look that aged her. Her skin had an unhealthy pallor, and her eyes, I remember thinking they looked like they'd seen too much. "Thank you," she said as I started the engine. "Not many people stop anymore." I pulled back onto the highway, the headlights cutting a tunnel through the darkness. The night seemed even darker now, the road stretching out endlessly ahead. "So, Lila," I said, trying to keep my tone casual, "what brings you out here in the middle of nowhere?" She was staring straight ahead, her hands folded in her lap. "I'm looking for someone." "Out here? At this time of night?" She didn't answer right away. When she did, her voice had changed somehow, like she was reciting something from memory. "I've been looking for a long time. He was taken from me." A chill ran up my spine that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. "Who was taken from you?" "My brother," she said. "We were traveling together, and then he was gone." I nodded, trying to be sympathetic while also calculating how quickly I could get to the next town and drop her off. "When did this happen? Did you report it to the police?" She turned to look at me, and I swear her eyes reflected the dashboard lights in a way that wasn't natural, too bright, like an animal's. "It was a long time ago. The police can't help with this." I reached for the radio, thinking some music might break the growing tension. The moment I turned it on, it was some classic rock station playing Hotel California, of all things. The radio emitted this ear-splitting screech that made me jerk the wheel. The truck swerved, and I quickly straightened it out, heart pounding. Jesus Christ. I fumbled with the dial, but the noise just got worse. "It doesn't like the music," Lila said calmly, as if explaining something obvious. I snapped the radio off. "What doesn't like the music?" She didn't answer, just went back to staring out the windshield. The silence in the cab was suffocating. My palms were sweating on the steering wheel, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I tried to focus on the road, on the hypnotic white lines passing under my headlights. "You said your brother was taken," I said, more to fill the silence than anything else. "What happened?" Lila's breathing changed, becoming deeper and more deliberate. "We were traveling this road," she said. "Our car broke down. Jimmy went to find help, but he never came back." She turned to look at me, and her face seemed different somehow, sharper, more defined. "They took him." "Who took him?" I asked, my mouth dry. "The ones who wait in the darkness," she whispered. "The ones who collect what's lost." I was about to tell her she wasn't making any sense when the truck's engine sputtered. The dashboard lights flickered and the headlights dimmed. I felt the truck losing power. No, I muttered, pumping the gas pedal. This was a relatively new rig, and I'd never had problems with it before. The engine coughed once, twice, then died completely. We coasted to a stop right in the middle of that empty highway. I sat there for a moment, trying to process what was happening. Then I grabbed my flashlight and phone. "I'll check under the hood," I said, trying to sound calm. "Maybe it's just a loose connection or something." Lila didn't respond. She was perfectly still, her head slightly tilted, as if listening for something I couldn't hear. I stepped out into the night, and the silence hit me like a physical thing. No traffic noise, no distant sounds of civilization, just an empty highway stretching in both directions, bordered by flat, featureless land. I popped the hood and shined my flashlight around, but everything looked normal. No leaking fluids, no smoking components, nothing obviously wrong. That's when I heard it. A whisper carried on the wind. I froze, thinking at first it was just the sound of the breeze through the scrub brush. But then it came again, clearer this time. "Help us." I whipped around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. There was nothing there. Just empty road and empty land. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and insignificant in the vastness. No answer, but the whispers continued, multiple voices now, too faint to make out the words but unmistakably there. I hurried back to the cab, suddenly desperate not to be alone out there. But when I reached the truck, Lila wasn't in her seat. I swung my flashlight around wildly and spotted her standing in the middle of the road about 20 feet ahead of the truck. She was facing away from me, staring into the darkness beyond the reach of my flashlight beam. "Lila," I shouted, "get back in the truck. We need to figure out what to do." She turned slowly, and in the dim glow of my flashlight, her face looked hollow, her eyes sunken shadows. "I have to go," she said, her voice carrying clearly despite the distance. "They're waiting for me." "Who's waiting for you?" I was walking toward her now, fighting against every instinct that was screaming at me to get back in the truck. "Lila, there's nothing out there. We're in the middle of nowhere." She smiled then, a sad, knowing smile that made my blood run cold. "They've always been here, Daniel, waiting for those who get lost, waiting for those who can join them." She took a step backward. "I've been looking for Jimmy for so long. Maybe he's with them now." Before I could reach her, before I could say another word, she took another step back and vanished. 1 second she was there, illuminated in my flashlight beam, and the next she was gone. Not like she'd run away or fallen. She simply ceased to exist. I stood there, frozen in place, my flashlight beam cutting through the empty space where she had been. The whispers were louder now, surrounding me, and I swear I could feel something watching me from just beyond the reach of my light. I ran back to my truck, fumbling with the door handle, nearly sobbing with relief when the engine started on the first try. I floored it, not caring about anything except getting away from that place. The headlights were working fine now, the engine running smoothly as if nothing had happened. I drove like a madman until I reached a gas station in a small town about 40 miles down the road. It was open 24 hours, and I've never been so happy to see fluorescent lighting and a bored-looking attendant in my life. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my credit card out to pay for gas. The attendant, an older guy with a gray mustache, gave me a once-over. "You okay, buddy? Look like you've seen a ghost." I laughed, a high-pitched sound that didn't sound like me at all. "You have no idea." He studied me for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Let me guess. Coming from the west? That stretch around mile marker 147? I stared at him. "How did you know?" He sighed, leaning on the counter. "You're not the first driver to come in here looking like that. That stretch of highway has a reputation." "A reputation for what?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Being haunted," he said matter-of-factly. "Drivers report picking up people who seem lost, confused, people who vanish without a trace." He shook his head. "They say those spirits are searching for something they can't find, and sometimes they take people with them." I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the gas station parking lot until dawn, then continued my delivery. I haven't driven that route since, and I've requested that my dispatcher never assign me to it again. I've tried to convince myself that I was just exhausted, that I hallucinated the whole thing, but I know what I saw. Sometimes when I'm driving at night and the radio starts to get staticky, I find myself scanning the roadsides, watching for a figure in a tattered coat, and I wonder if Lila ever found her brother, or if she's still out there, still searching, still waiting for someone else to stop and offer her a ride. I don't pick up hitchhikers anymore, not ever. And if you're driving through the Texas Panhandle late at night, I suggest you do the same. Because some who wander are not just lost, they're looking for company, and you don't want to be the one they find. Story 5. I've been a long-haul trucker for almost 12 years now, and I've seen some weird shit on the road. Lot lizards, drunks wandering across highways at 3 a.m., even a couple of high-speed police chases. But what happened to me last summer on Highway 50 in Nevada, I still can't explain it. I'm not even sure I want to try. For those who don't know, Highway 50 cuts through central Nevada and is officially nicknamed the loneliest road in America. And let me tell you, it earns that name. Miles and miles of nothing but desert, mountains in the distance, and this ribbon of asphalt that seems to stretch into forever. During the day, it's beautiful in a desolate kind of way. At night, it's just Empty. The kind of empty that makes you feel like you're the last person on Earth. I was hauling a load of electronics from San Francisco to Denver. Good-paying gig, tight schedule. I'd driven this route maybe a dozen times before, usually during daylight hours. But I was behind that night because of traffic getting out of the Bay Area, so I found myself on Highway 50 around 11 at night in mid-July. The moon was nearly full, which was actually a blessing because it lit up the landscape just enough that I could see the scrubby desert on either side of the road. The temperature display on my dash read 88 degrees, still hot as hell even at night. I had the AC cranked, radio tuned to some classic rock station that kept fading in and out. After about 4 hours of driving with barely seeing another vehicle, my eyes were starting to get heavy. I knew I needed to stop soon or risk nodding off. Now, there aren't many rest areas on Highway 50, but I remembered one coming up about 20 miles outside of a tiny town called Austin. It wasn't much, just a pull-off with some picnic tables, a sad-looking bathroom building, and a couple of trash cans, but it would do. When I pulled in, the rest area was completely deserted. No cars, no other trucks, nothing. I wasn't surprised. Who the hell would be out here at nearly 3 in the morning? I killed the engine and just sat there for a minute, enjoying the sudden silence. Without the rumble of my engine, I could hear the soft whisper of the wind outside and the occasional ping of my truck's engine cooling down. I grabbed my flashlight, hopped down from the cab, and took a long stretch. Man, it felt good to stand up after so many hours behind the wheel. The air was still warm but drier than inside my truck. I did a quick walk around my rig, checking the tires out of habit more than anything else. That's when I noticed her. Just beyond the edge of the rest area, where the pavement gave way to dirt and scrubby desert plants, there was a woman standing at the tree line. She was wearing what looked like a long white dress, the kind that seemed too formal for being out in the middle of nowhere. Her hair was dark and long, hanging loose down her back. The moonlight made her dress almost glow against the darkness behind her. At first, I thought maybe she was from a broken-down car or something, though I hadn't passed any vehicles for at least an hour. I called out, "Hey, you okay?" My voice sounded too loud in the quiet night. She didn't move, but I heard her voice, so faint I almost thought I imagined it. "Help me. Look, I'm a big guy, 6'2", 230 pounds. But something about her voice sent a chill right down my spine. Still, I couldn't just ignore someone who might be in trouble. "What's wrong? Do you need a ride somewhere?" I started walking toward her, my flashlight beam bouncing ahead of me. As I got closer, she seemed to back up slightly, retreating further into the shadows beneath the trees. I could see her face now, pale, with these dark eyes that seemed to catch the moonlight, young, maybe in her 20s, pretty in a sad kind of way. "Please," she whispered, "he's coming." Before I could ask who he was, I heard the crunch of footsteps on gravel behind the woman. A man stepped out from the darkness of the trees. He was huge, taller than me and built like a linebacker. I couldn't make out his face clearly, but his posture was aggressive, shoulders hunched forward like he was ready to charge. "Leave her alone," he growled, his voice deep and rough. "She's mine." The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Something was very, very wrong here. The woman turned to look at the man, and even in the dim light, I could see the terror on her face. "Run," she said to me, her voice suddenly stronger. "Please, just go. Drive away." I'm not proud to admit it, but every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get the hell out of there. I started backing toward my truck, keeping my eyes on both of them. The man took another step forward, and I caught a glimpse of something metal in his hand. A knife, maybe, or some other weapon. That was all I needed to see. I turned and sprinted back to my truck, fumbling with my keys like a teenager in a horror movie. I could hear the woman screaming now, "Go, go now!" I don't think I've ever started my truck so fast in my life. As the engine roared to life, I glanced in my side mirror and saw the man standing at edge of the rest area, just watching me. The woman was nowhere in sight. I threw the truck into gear and peeled out of there, my tires actually spinning on the pavement before getting traction. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I drove way too fast for about 20 minutes, constantly checking my mirrors to see if anyone was following me. Nothing. Just the empty road behind me, swallowed up by darkness. I finally slowed down when I reached the outskirts of Ely, the next town of any size. There's a truck stop there that's open 24 hours, and I pulled in, still shaking. The bright fluorescent lights of the place felt like the safest thing I'd seen all night. I went inside, ordered the strongest coffee they had, and tried to make sense of what had just happened. Was it a setup, some kind of robbery attempt? But why would anyone target truckers in such a remote location? Didn't make sense. There were a few other drivers in the place, including an older guy with a white beard who looked like he'd been driving since trucks were invented. I ended up sitting near him at the counter, and after a few minutes of silence, I couldn't help myself. "You ever see anything strange on Highway 50? I asked him, trying to sound casual. "Like people hanging around the rest areas at night?" The old guy looked at me for a long moment, then set down his coffee mug. "You saw her, didn't you?" he asked quietly. "The lady in white." I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. "How did you know that?" He sighed, looking suddenly tired. "Been driving that route for almost 30 years. Seen her maybe 3-4 times myself. Always at night, always at that same rest area." "What? Who is she?" I managed to ask. "They call her the ghost of Highway 50, he said, his voice low even though no one else was close enough to hear. "Story goes, she was killed out there in the 70s. Some say by her husband, others say it was a stranger. Her body was found in those trees behind the rest area." "But I saw a man too," I said. "Big guy, threatening looking." The old trucker nodded slowly. "That'd be him, the one who took her life. Some folks say he's stuck there too, trying to keep her from moving on, or maybe keeping her from warning people about something." He shrugged. "Lot of different stories. I'm not a superstitious person, never have been. But sitting there in that brightly lit truck stop with the smell of cheap coffee and diesel in the air, I couldn't dismiss what the old guy was telling me, not after what I'd seen. "Look," he continued, "plenty of drivers have seen her over the years. She never hurts nobody. But that man," he shook his head. "I'd stay away from that rest area if I were you, especially at night." I finished my coffee, thanked him, and went back to my truck. I didn't sleep at all that night, just sat in the cab with all the lights on until dawn broke. When I finally hit the road again, I felt a little better in the daylight, but I couldn't shake the memory of that woman's face or the sound of her voice telling me to run. I made it to Denver without any other incidents, delivered my load, and tried to put the whole thing behind me. I even convinced myself for a while that maybe it had been some kind of elaborate prank, or that I'd been more tired than I realized and had somehow imagined it all. 3 weeks later, I got another run from Sacramento to Salt Lake City. Different pickup, different delivery, but the same route, Highway 50 through Nevada. I told myself I'd just drive straight through, no stops in Nevada at all if I could help it. But as I approached that same stretch of road, something strange happened. I started feeling this pull. It's hard to explain, like when you're really hungry and you smell food, and you find yourself walking toward it without even thinking. I knew the rest area was coming up, and even though I had plenty of fuel and wasn't tired, I felt myself slowing down as I approached it. Before I even realized what I was doing, I was pulling into the empty rest area. It was earlier this time, maybe around midnight, but still dark as hell out there. I sat in my truck for a long minute, engine idling, wondering what the hell I was doing. Finally, I shut off the engine and got out. The rest area looked exactly the same. Picnic tables, bathroom building, trash cans, empty and silent except for the soft whisper of the wind. I walked to the edge of the pavement, where it gave way to dirt and desert plants, and looked toward the tree line. Nothing at first, just shadows and silence. Then, movement, just a flicker at the corner of my eye. I turned, and there she was, the woman in the white dress, standing half hidden behind a tree. This time, she didn't speak. She just looked at me with those sad, dark eyes, then slowly raised her hand and pointed to the east, down the highway in the direction I'd been traveling. I blinked and she was gone. Just gone. No movement, no sound of her walking away, just empty space where she had been standing a second before. I practically ran back to my truck and got the hell out of there. As I drove, I kept thinking about her pointing down the highway. Was she warning me about something? I drove more carefully than usual for the next 100 miles, scanning the road ahead constantly. About an hour later, I came around a bend and saw flashing lights ahead. A bad accident had just happened. A pickup truck had somehow flipped over and was lying on its roof in the middle of the highway. If I'd been driving faster or not paying such close attention, I don't even want to think about it. I've been back on Highway 50 a few times since then. Sometimes I feel that pull toward the rest area, sometimes I don't. I've seen her one more time, always briefly, always at a distance. I've never seen the man again, thank God. I've done some research since then, trying to find out who she might have been. There are a few unsolved murders from that area from the 70s and 80s, but nothing that exactly matches what the old trucker told me. Maybe the details got twisted over time, or maybe the truth is something else entirely. All I know is that the ghost of Highway 50 is real. I've seen her with my own eyes, and whenever I drive that road now, especially at night, I keep my eyes open. Not just for the usual road hazards, but for a woman in white, trying to tell me something from beyond whatever barrier separates her world from mine. Story 6. I never planned to be the one to catch a serial killer. Most days, as a small-town cop in Dryden, Maine involved breaking up the occasional bar fight, responding to fender benders, or helping Mrs. Peterson get her cat out of a tree. But what happened in January of 2008 changed everything about how I see the world, especially the medical system that's supposed to protect our most vulnerable. It started with a call at 4:30 in the morning on January 7th. Dispatch radioed that Eleanor Walsh, a 78-year-old who lived alone on Spruce Street, had called 911 about strange noises outside her home. I was the only officer on duty in our sleepy coastal town, so I responded immediately. When I pulled up to Eleanor's modest 2-story house, all the lights were on. She opened the door before I even knocked, wrapped in a faded blue bathrobe and looking absolutely terrified. Her hands were shaking as she clutched a cordless phone. "Officer Kinney," she said, recognizing me from community events. I'd known Eleanor my whole life. She'd been my third-grade teacher before retiring. "Thank God you're here. Someone was outside my house. They were calling my name." I did a quick perimeter check while Eleanor made us both tea. The temperature was in the low 20s, and a light dusting of snow had fallen earlier that night. That's when I saw them. Footprints leading from her back door across the yard and disappearing into the woods behind her property. Single set, probably a man's based on the size. They hadn't been there long enough to fill with snow. "Did you recognize the voice?" I asked when I came back inside. "That's the strange part," Eleanor said, pushing a mug toward me. It sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. They kept saying, "Eleanor," very softly, almost like they were checking if I was awake. Then I heard my doorknob turning. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the January weather. Did they say anything else? They said, "Eleanor, it's me. Can you let me in?" Like I was supposed to know whom was. She shuddered. I called 911 right away, and whoever it was must have heard me talking because the footprints lead away from the house. I took down all the details, promised to increase patrols in her neighborhood, and suggested she stay with her daughter for a few days. I filed the report when I got back to the station, thinking it was probably just some drunk teenager messing around. 3 days later, it happened again. This time, it was Martin Goldstein, 82, who lived on the other side of town. Same scenario, someone outside his home around 4 in the morning, softly calling his name, trying the door. Then Judith Parker, 75. Then William Fraser, 84. Then Ruth Simmons, 79. 5 cases in 2 weeks. All elderly residents living alone, all reporting the same thing. Someone outside their homes in the pre-dawn hours, calling their names, testing doorknobs. None of them could place the voice, but all said it sounded vaguely familiar. The pattern was too specific to ignore. I started looking for connections between the victims, pulling their information, making charts on the whiteboard in our tiny station. Chief Rodriguez thought I was overreacting. Probably just kids playing pranks, Kinney. But something in my gut told me this was more sinister. It wasn't until I interviewed Ruth Simmons for the second time that I got my first real lead. "I've been trying to figure out why the voice sounded familiar," she told me, pouring me another cup of coffee in her floral wallpapered kitchen. And then it hit me this morning. It sounded like that nice male nurse I had when I was in the hospital last month for my pneumonia. I sat up straighter. "You were in the hospital recently?" "Dryden General for 4 days in December. That young man, Gabriel, I think his name was, he was so attentive during the night shift. I called the other 4 victims immediately. All of them had been hospitalized at Dryden General within the past 2 months, all for different reasons: heart problems, a broken hip, pneumonia, dehydration, but they'd all been there. When I pulled their hospital records, after getting a warrant of course, one name appeared on all 5 charts: Gabriel Watts, RN night shift nurse. I'll never forget the moment everything clicked into place. I was sitting at my desk at 3 in the morning, surrounded by patient charts, coffee cups, and printouts of staff schedules. The station was empty except for me and the humming fluorescent lights overhead. My hands started shaking when I realized what we were dealing with. Gabriel Watts had access to all their personal information: addresses, phone numbers, medication lists, family contacts. He knew who lived alone, he knew who was vulnerable, and he knew their medical histories inside and out. We brought him in for questioning the next day. I'll never forget his face. Early 30s, clean cut, with these intense blue eyes that never seemed to blink enough. He wore his green scrubs to the station, coming straight from his shift. He didn't look like what you'd expect a predator to look like. He looked like someone you'd trust with your life. At first, he denied everything, said he was being set up, that he was a dedicated healthcare professional. But when we presented him with the evidence, the matching schedules showing he'd been on duty for all 5 victims' hospital stays, the distinctive boot prints matching shoes we found in his apartment, the GPS data from his car showing he'd been in the victims' neighborhoods on the nights in question, he changed tactics. "You don't understand what I'm trying to do," he said, his voice eerily calm. "These people are suffering. They're alone. No one visits them. No one cares if they live or die." I leaned across the table. "So you decided to help them die?" His smile still haunts my nightmares. "I'm providing a service, Officer Kinney, a painless end. They've lived their lives. Why suffer?" The full confession came after 6 hours of interrogation. Gabriel Watts had been targeting elderly patients for years. He'd work at a hospital for 6 to 8 months, identify vulnerable patients who lived alone, and then visit their homes weeks after they were discharged. His method was always the same. He'd approach in the early morning hours when most people are in their deepest sleep. He'd call their names softly to determine if they were alone and if they were awake. If no one answered, he'd try the doors. If they were locked, he'd move on to another target that night. If they were unlocked, or if the person actually opened the door, recognizing his voice from their hospital stay, he'd enter. "What did you do once you got inside?" I asked, my voice barely steady. "I administered a cocktail of medications," he said, like he was discussing a recipe. "Insulin, primarily, then potassium chloride. It mimics a heart attack. At their age, with their medical histories, no one questions it." The most horrifying part was when he described why he called out their names first. "I want them to recognize my voice," he explained. "Remember me from the hospital. It creates trust. They think, oh, it's that nice nurse Gabriel." They feel safe opening the door. He was right. None of our victims had been particularly alarmed until the attempts to enter their homes. They'd heard a familiar voice and were confused, not frightened, at least not initially. We discovered that Watts had worked at 4 other hospitals across New England over the past 6 years. At each location, there had been an uptick in deaths of elderly patients after discharge, deaths attributed to natural causes, heart attacks, strokes, complications from existing conditions. 7 confirmed victims before he came to our town. 7 elderly people who died alone in their homes, their deaths not raising any red flags because they were expected to die soon anyway. 7 murders that would have remained undiscovered if Eleanor Walsh hadn't called 911 that January morning. The investigation expanded to include federal authorities. They exhumed bodies, ran toxicology tests, found evidence of insulin and potassium chloride in systems of people who had no prescriptions for either. Gabriel Watts eventually pled guilty to 7 counts of first-degree murder and 5 counts of attempted murder. He's serving multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole, but the case never really closed for me. I still wonder how many others there were, how many deaths we classified as natural causes that were actually murders. How many predators like Gabriel Watts are out there, wearing scrubs and carrying stethoscopes, viewing the vulnerable as easy targets. I also think about how close we came to never catching him. If Eleanor hadn't heard him that night, if she hadn't called, if there hadn't been fresh snow to show his footprints, he might still be out there, moving from town to town, hospital to hospital. The case led to changes in hospital protocols nationwide, stricter access controls to patient information, better background checks for healthcare workers, follow-up wellness visits for elderly patients discharged to homes where they live alone. But I still can't drive past Dryden General without thinking about him. I still check on Eleanor and the others regularly, and I still wake up sometimes at 4 in the morning thinking I hear someone softly calling my name from outside my window. The thing that haunts me most isn't Gabriel Watts himself. It's knowing how easily his victims trusted him, how the simple sound of a familiar voice was enough to make them consider opening their doors in the middle of the night. That's the truly terrifying part, how the people meant to care for us can use that trust against us, and how hard it is to see the monster behind the caring smile. I don't know if I'll ever feel completely safe again. I check my locks 3 times before bed. I installed security cameras around my house. I keep my service weapon within reach when I sleep, because I know now that the most dangerous predators aren't always the ones who look threatening. Sometimes they're the ones who know your name, know your vulnerabilities, and know exactly when to strike. Story 7. I've been going back and forth about whether to share this for months now. I'm not good with words and I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating away at me. This happened last year in mid-October. I was driving back from visiting my sister in Allentown. She'd just had her 2nd kid, and I'd stayed way later than I planned helping her with the baby while her husband was on a business trip. It was pouring rain when I finally left her place around 2:30 in the morning. I remember checking the time as I merged onto I-476 heading south toward Philly. It was almost 3 a.m. and there was barely anyone on the road. The rain wasn't letting up and I was exhausted. I had to work the next day and was kicking myself for not just staying over at my sister's. The windshield wipers were going full blast, but barely keeping up with the downpour. You know how sometimes rain just finds a way to make everything look different. The road signs, the trees along the highway, everything takes on this sort of blurry, dreamlike quality. I was fighting to stay awake, blasting the air conditioning and singing along badly to whatever was on the radio. I knew I was approaching the Mid-County Toll Plaza because I take this route pretty often. Usually, I just zoom through with my EZ Pass, barely slowing down. But as I got closer, something seemed off. All the electronic toll lanes had their red X's lit up, which was weird because there's usually at least one open, even in the middle of the night. I slowed down, peering through the rain-streaked windshield. There was only one booth with a green light above it all the way on the right side. A sign above it read, "Cash only." I remember thinking it was strange because most places are trying to phase out cash lanes, not electronic ones. I checked the clock on my dashboard. 3:17 a.m. I pulled up to the only open booth and dug around in my center console for some bills I had to roll down my window to pay, and immediately got hit with cold, damp air and the sound of rain hammering on the roof of my car. That's when I noticed the toll collector. He was an older guy, maybe in his 60s, with this gaunt face and deep-set eyes. His uniform looked wrong. faded and outdated, like something from decades ago. The patch on his shoulder wasn't the current PA Turnpike logo, and there was this dark stain across the front of his shirt that ran from his chest down to his stomach. "Evening," I said, holding out a $5 bill. "How much is it?" He didn't reach for the money. He just stared at me with this unsettling 1,000-yard stare. "$2.75, he finally said, his voice oddly flat. "Every night since October 17th, 1983. I laughed nervously. "Okay, well, here's 5. Keep the change." He still didn't take the money. October 17th, 1983. The night Ronald Shepard fell asleep at the wheel of his semi, crashed right through this booth. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the rain or the open window. "What?" I said. He looked down at his shirt, at that dark stain. "Killed us both, him and me." I glanced at my dashboard clock. 3:19 a.m. The toll collector suddenly became agitated, his eyes widening. "You need to move," he said, his voice urgent. "Not this lane. Take lane 7. I looked over to where he was pointing. Lane 7 had a red X above it and a barrier arm down. "But it's closed," I said. "Listen to me," he hissed, leaning forward. "Lane 7. Now, it's going to happen again. It happens every year on this night." "What happens?" I asked, my mouth going dry. 3:21 a.m. lane 6. Every year. He pointed at the clock on my dashboard. "You have less than 2 minutes. Go to lane 7. Now." I don't know why I listened to him. Maybe it was the desperation in his voice, or the way his eyes kept darting to my clock, or maybe I was just sleep-deprived and freaked out, but something in me said to trust him. I put my car in reverse, backed up a few feet, then cut the wheel hard and drove toward lane 7, bumping over those plastic lane dividers. The barrier arm was down, but I just drove around it. As soon as I cleared lane 6, I heard it, a deafening horn blast that made me jump in my seat. I looked in my rearview mirror just in time to see the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. A massive tractor-trailer was barreling toward the toll plaza, not slowing down at all. It was going at least 70 miles per hour, its headlights cutting through the rain like laser beams. Before I could even process what was happening, it plowed straight into lane 6, exactly where I had been sitting not 20 seconds earlier. The crash was catastrophic. The sound of tearing metal and shattering glass filled the air. The entire booth crumpled like it was made of aluminum foil. The truck jackknifed, its trailer swinging around and taking out 2 more booths before the whole thing came to rest, twisted and smoking in the rain. I sat there, frozen, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. I couldn't believe what I'd just witnessed. If I hadn't moved when that toll collector told me to, I would have been crushed to death. I fumbled for my phone to call 911, my hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock the screen. I managed to dial, but then I looked up again, and there was nothing there. No crashed truck, no destroyed toll booths, no emergency lights or sirens, just the toll plaza, intact and normal, with all lanes marked as closed except for that single cash lane where I'd been. I got out of my car, phone still in hand, and stood in the pouring rain. I walked back toward lane 6, convinced I must be losing my mind. There was no wreckage, no sign of the crash I'd just witnessed. The booth was perfectly intact, but there was something else. Mounted on the side of the booth was a small bronze plaque I hadn't noticed before. I moved closer to read it in the dim light. "In memory of Edward Collins, 1937 to 1983, killed in the line of duty. October 17th, 1983. Below the plaque was a small vase with fresh flowers in it. They couldn't have been there more than a day or 2. My phone buzzed in my hand, making me jump. It was a notification from a news app I rarely check. The headline read, "Lane 6 at Mid-County Toll Plaza closed tonight for annual memorial observance." I stood there in the rain, soaked to the bone, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I hallucinated the whole thing? Was I so tired that I'd fallen asleep at the wheel and dreamed it all? But then I noticed something on my passenger seat when I got back in my car, a small paper receipt that I definitely hadn't put there. It was a toll receipt, the old-fashioned kind printed on thermal paper. The date on it read October 17th, 1983, 3:20 a.m. And at the bottom, in handwriting that didn't look like it had been printed by a machine, was a message: "Some debts can never be repaid. Some warnings must be given every year." I drove home in a daze, the receipt sitting on my passenger seat like a ticking bomb. When I got back to my apartment, I immediately went online and searched for information about accidents at the Mid-County Toll Plaza. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for. On October 17, 1983, at approximately 3:21 a.m., a semi-truck driven by Ronald Shepard crashed into lane 6 of the toll plaza, killing both Shepard and the toll collector on duty, Edward Collins. The news article included a grainy black and white photo of Collins. It was him, the same man I'd spoken to less than an hour earlier. I've spent months trying to rationalize what happened that night. Maybe I read about the accident somewhere, and my tired brain constructed an elaborate scenario. Maybe I fell asleep for a few seconds and dreamed the whole thing. Maybe I'm just losing my mind, but I still have that receipt. I keep it in my wallet now as a reminder. And every time I look at it, I can still see his face, still hear his urgent warning, still feel that overwhelming sense of dread as I watched that truck barrel toward the spot where I should have been. I don't take I-476 anymore if I can help it, and I definitely avoid driving anywhere near the Mid-County Toll Plaza in the early morning hours of October 17th. But there's one other thing I do differently now. I always keep cash in my car, because you never know when the only open toll booth might be staffed by someone who died over 40 years ago. I still don't understand why he warned me. Was he trying to prevent another death on the anniversary of his own? Or is he doomed to relive that moment year after year, trying to change an outcome that can never be changed? I don't know, but I do know that whatever happened that night saved my life, and I'll never forget the man who made sure I lived to tell this story. Story 8. I've been putting off typing this for years now. Every time I think about sharing what happened, my hands start to shake, and I get this overwhelming feeling of dread. But I can't keep it bottled up anymore. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or maybe writing it out will help me make sense of it all. This happened 20 years ago when I was 19. I was living at home with my parents while attending community college. My bedroom was in the attic. Not some creepy unfinished space, but a proper converted room with slanted ceilings and these little dormer windows that let in just enough light during the day. At night, though, it was different. The shadows seemed deeper up there, like they had weight to them. I've always been what my mom calls sensitive. Since I was little, I'd see things others didn't. Shadows moving when they shouldn't, feeling watched in empty rooms, that kind of thing. Nothing had ever physically harmed me, though, until that Wednesday night. It was mid-October, not particularly cold yet, but definitely dark by dinner time. I remember having this weird feeling all day, like something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I brushed it off as stress from midterms and went about my day like normal. I went to bed around 11. I remember I was wearing my favorite pajamas, these soft blue flannel pants with stars on them, and an old band t-shirt. I had just gotten comfortable under the covers when something strange happened. I suddenly felt compelled to get up and turn the light back on. It wasn't a conscious decision. My body just moved like someone had pressed a button. I sat on the edge of my bed staring at the door, waiting. For what? I had no idea, but every cell in my body knew something was coming. The air in the room changed first. It got heavy, like right before a thunderstorm, but colder, so much colder. My breath started fogging in front of my face, even though the heater was running. Then came the pressure, like the air was being sucked out and replaced with something dense and wrong. My door was closed. I know it was closed because I always closed it at night. But something came through it anyway, not opening it, through it. I couldn't see anything solid, but I could see disturbances, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, but darker, more purposeful. moving toward me. People talk about evil like it's an abstract concept, something philosophers debate. But in that moment I knew evil is a real, tangible thing. It has weight and presence and intention, and it was in my room, approaching my bed. I couldn't move, not a finger, not an eyelid. My muscles locked up completely. I was frozen, sitting upright on my bed, tears streaming down my face. I couldn't even scream. The tears weren't from sadness. They were a primal reaction, like my body was trying to expel the wrongness that was filling the room. Then I felt it touch me. A large hand, far larger than any human hand, grabbed my chin. The fingers were long, the palm wide enough to cover most of my lower face. It was ice cold and somehow textured, not like skin, more like leather that had been left underwater for years. It forced my head forward, making me stare straight ahead at nothing. Another hand, or maybe part of the same entity, I don't know, pressed against my chest, pushing me down onto the bed. The pressure was immense, not just physical pressure, but something deeper, like it was pressing against my soul. What happened next? I still can't fully remember, and maybe that's a blessing. My memories are fragmented, like shattered glass where I can only see pieces of the whole. I remember feeling like I was being unmade. Piece by piece, everything that made me me was being stripped away. My name, gone. My memories, vanished. My sense of self, erased. It was like being conscious while experiencing total ego death. I wasn't Mira anymore. I wasn't a daughter or a student or even a human being. I was just awareness floating in a void of terror. The next clear memory I have is of sitting upright in bed, rocking back and forth, staring at my window. Sunlight was filtering through the blinds, casting striped shadows across my lap. Morning had come, but I couldn't move from that position. I heard my parents moving around downstairs, getting ready for work. I heard my dad call up to ask if I wanted breakfast. I heard their cars start and drive away, but I couldn't respond, couldn't move, just kept rocking, staring at those strips of light, trying to remember who I was. I don't know how long I sat there. Hours, definitely. The light changed position as the sun moved across the sky. My body was stiff, my throat dry, but I couldn't break free from whatever was holding me in place. It wasn't until I heard my mom's car in the driveway around 4 in the afternoon that something in me snapped. I remember the sound of her key in the front door acting like some kind of trigger. Suddenly, I could move again. My legs were numb and tingling as I stumbled down the attic stairs to the main floor. When I saw my mom putting her purse down on the kitchen counter, something broke inside me. I collapsed to my knees, grabbing her legs, sobbing uncontrollably. Not quiet tears. These were guttural animal sounds I didn't know I could make. I was babbling, trying to explain, but nothing coherent was coming out. My poor mom. She was terrified. She kept asking what happened, if someone had hurt me, if I needed to go to the hospital. Eventually, I calmed down enough to tell her I'd had a really bad nightmare and had been out of it all day. I could see she didn't fully buy it, but she also didn't want to force me to the emergency room if I was refusing. She made me tea and sat with me on the couch. I remember her studying my face with this worried expression. Later, she told me my pupils were massively dilated, like I was on drugs. They stayed that way for hours after, even in bright light. The whites of my eyes were bloodshot, like I'd been crying for days. My friend Jamie came over that evening to drop off notes from the class I'd missed. Mom had called to tell her I was sick. When Jamie saw me, she got this look on her face, part concern, part fear. She later told me that when she looked at me that night, she felt scared. Not for me, of me. Like something about me was fundamentally wrong. She said it felt like looking at a familiar picture where someone had moved things just slightly, enough to make everything feel off. For weeks after, I struggled with basic things, recognizing myself in the mirror, remembering simple words, feeling emotions normally. It was like whatever that thing did, it rearranged me when it put me back together. Not obviously enough for anyone to think I needed serious help, but enough that I knew I wasn't the same person anymore. I never slept in that room again. I made up excuses to sleep on the couch, then eventually moved into my brother's old room after he left for college. My parents thought I was just going through a phase, but I physically couldn't make myself go back up there after dark. Even now, 20 years later, when I visit my parents' house, I won't go into that attic room. My mom uses it for storage now, and even she admits it never feels quite right up there. I've spent years trying to understand what happened that night. Was it a particularly vivid sleep paralysis episode, some kind of psychotic break? Or was it something actually supernatural? I've read about shadow people, demons, all sorts of entities. Nothing quite matches what I experienced. The question that keeps me up at night is whether that thing was attached to the house or whether it was after me specifically. I've had other, smaller encounters with the unexplainable over the years, enough to convince me that whatever sensitivity I had as a child is still there, but nothing has ever come close to the horror of that night. I still don't know what it wanted from me, or why it let me go. Sometimes I worry it didn't actually leave, that it took something from me and left something of itself behind instead. On my darkest days, I wonder if I'm really me at all, or if I'm just a convincing copy with something else looking out through my eyes. I'm writing this from my apartment 300 miles away from my parents' house. I have night lights in every room. I sleep with my back to the wall, and I never, ever sit waiting when something feels wrong. If you've experienced anything similar or have any insight into what might have happened, please let me know. After 20 years, I still don't have answers. Just the lingering fear that someday, whatever it was, might decide it's not finished with me. Story 9. I still can't sleep right since that night in the mountains. It's been 2 months and I've told the police everything, but they just look at me like I'm crazy. I thought writing this down might help me process what happened, even if nobody believes me. It was mid-October, and I'd spent the weekend camping alone in the Sierra Nevada. Just me, my tent, and the wilderness, something I'd done dozens of times before. The camping itself was normal enough, peaceful even, but it was what happened on my drive home that changed everything. I packed up late that Sunday, around 5 in the afternoon. The sun was already getting low, casting long shadows through the trees. I wasn't worried though. I knew these roads pretty well, or at least I thought I did. I decided to take the scenic route home, a winding road that cuts through some remote areas. In hindsight, that was my first mistake. The daylight faded faster than I expected. By 6:30, it was almost completely dark, and the temperature dropped sharply. My phone had terrible reception out there, 1 bar at most, and even that kept dropping. The radio stations were mostly static, so I drove in silence, just me and the sound of my tires on the asphalt. Something felt off about the woods that night. I can't explain it exactly, but they seemed denser somehow, like the trees were pressing closer to the road than they should have been. I kept catching movements in my peripheral vision, but whenever I looked, there was nothing there, just shadows playing tricks on me, I told myself. Around 7:15, my gaslight came on. I hadn't passed a town in at least 40 miles, and I started to worry. The map on my phone was useless with the spotty service, and I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen another car. Just as anxiety started creeping in, I spotted a dim light up ahead, a gas station. As I pulled in, I immediately felt a chill run up my spine. This place was ancient. The sign was so faded I could barely make out the name. 2 rusty pumps stood in front, and the small convenience store had a wooden porch attached to it. The lights inside flickered erratically, like they might go out any second. What really got to me was the old man sitting in a rocking chair on that porch. He wasn't moving, just staring at me with these intense, sunken eyes. I nodded at him as I got out of my car, but he didn't respond, or even blink, just kept staring. I tried to shake off the uneasiness as I started pumping gas. The pump was manual, no card reader, no digital display. It creaked and groaned as I filled my tank, and the whole time I could feel the old man's eyes on my back. I kept looking over my shoulder, but he never moved. just rocked slightly in that chair, watching. When the tank was full, I reluctantly walked toward the store to pay. The floorboards of the porch creaked under my feet. I glanced at the old man as I passed, but he just stared straight ahead now, like I wasn't even there. Inside, a woman who looked about 70 took my cash without saying a word. The interior was dimly lit and smelled like dust and something else I couldn't place, something organic and unpleasant. "Is there a town nearby?" I asked her. She looked at me for a long moment before answering. "Oak Ridge, about 20 miles south." Her voice was raspy, like she rarely used it. "Thanks," I said, taking my change. "Is that the quickest way back to the highway?" She didn't answer, just looked past me toward the door. I turned to leave, and that's when I noticed the old man was gone. The rocking chair was still there, moving slightly like someone had just gotten up from it, but he had vanished. I hurried back to my car, the hair on my arms standing on end. As I pulled away from that place, I checked my rearview mirror. The woman from the store was standing in the doorway watching me leave, and for a second, just a split second, I thought I saw something move in the woods behind the station, something tall and thin that didn't move like a person should. I drove faster after that, pushing my car harder than I should have on those winding roads. The trees seemed to close in around me, branches reaching over the road like grasping fingers. I kept thinking about that old man. Where had he gone so quickly? I hadn't heard a door open or close. He'd just disappeared. I'd been driving for about 15 minutes when my headlights illuminated something in the middle of the road. I slammed on my brakes, tires screeching as I skidded to a stop just a few feet away from a young woman. She was maybe in her mid-20s, with tangled dark hair and wide, terrified eyes. Her clothes, jeans and a flannel shirt, were dirty and torn in places. She didn't move, even as my car nearly hit her. She just stood there, staring at me with this haunted expression. I rolled down my window. "Are you okay?" I called out. "Do you need help?" For a moment she didn't respond. Then she rushed to my window, moving so suddenly I flinched back. "Please," she whispered urgently. "Please help me. They're going to come back for me." "Who?" I asked. "Who's coming back?" She glanced nervously at the woods on either side of the road. "The people from the woods. They took me. They want me back." My first thought was that she was on drugs or having some kind of mental break, but the fear in her eyes seemed too real, too raw, and there was something about the way she kept looking at the tree line, like she expected something to emerge at any moment. "Get in," I said, unlocking the doors. "I'll take you to the nearest town." She practically dove into my passenger seat. Up close, I could see scratches on her face and arms, like she'd been running through brambles. Her hands were trembling as she fastened her seatbelt. "I'm Chris," I said, pulling back onto the road. "Emily," she replied, her voice barely audible. She kept looking out the rear window. "Drive fast, please." I accelerated, my mind racing with possibilities. Had she escaped from someone? Was she running from an abusive situation? Or was she just confused and lost in the woods? "What happened to you, Emily?" I asked carefully. "Who are these people you're talking about?" She wrapped her arms around herself, still shivering despite the heat blasting from my vents. "I was hiking with friends 3 days ago. We split up. I wanted to take some photos by this stream we found. When I tried to find my way back to the campsite, I got lost." She swallowed hard. "That's when they found me." "They? Who are they exactly?" Emily shook her head. "I never saw them clearly. They kept me in a dark place. Underground, I think. They would whisper things, terrible things, about what they were going to do to me." Her voice cracked. "Tonight, someone left the entrance unlocked. I ran and ran until I hit the road. I didn't know what to make of her story. It sounded fantastical, but her fear was undeniably genuine, and after what I'd experienced at that gas station, the station, I wasn't about to dismiss anything as impossible. "We'll be in Oak Ridge soon," I told her. "We can go straight to the police." She nodded, but didn't seem comforted. "They won't believe me. No one ever does." We drove in silence for a while. The trees continued to press close to the road, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every so often, Emily would gasp and point at something in the woods, but by the time I looked, there was nothing there. After about 10 miles, I spotted lights ahead, a roadside diner. Relief flooded through me at the sight of civilization, even if it was just a diner in the middle of nowhere. "We can stop there," I said. "Use their phone, get some help." Emily's reaction was immediate and visceral. "No!" she cried, grabbing my arm so hard her nails dug into my skin. "Don't stop. Please don't stop." "Emily, it's okay," I tried to reassure her. "It's a public place. You'll be safe there." "You don't understand," she whispered, her eyes wild with panic. "They use places like that. They're connected to them somehow." Despite her protests, I pulled into the diner's parking lot. There were only 3 other cars there, and the neon open sign buzzed faintly. It looked normal enough, just a typical roadside diner. "We need help, Emily," I said firmly, "and I need to use a proper bathroom and get some coffee if I'm going to drive all the way to Oak Ridge." She was shaking her head frantically, tears welling in her eyes. "Please, Chris, they'll find us. They always do." That's when I heard it, a rustling sound from the woods that bordered the parking lot. Emily heard it too. She froze, her face draining of color. "They're here," she whispered. I looked toward the tree line and saw movement, branches swaying against the wind, and then, slowly, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was a man, tall and gaunt, with a face that seemed somehow wrong, like the features weren't quite aligned properly. He wore dark clothes that blended with the shadows, making it hard to see where the darkness ended, and he began. But I could see his eyes clearly. They reflected the diner's lights like an animal's. "You shouldn't have taken her," he called out, his voice oddly melodic and carrying easily across the parking lot. He took a step forward, and I noticed his movements were strangely fluid, almost like he was floating rather than walking. I slammed my car into reverse, tires spinning on the gravel as I backed away. Emily was sobbing now, curled up in the passenger seat with her hands over her ears. "He found us," she kept repeating. "He found us." I sped away from the diner, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. In the rear-view mirror, I saw the man standing motionless in the parking lot, watching us go. He didn't chase us or call out again, he just watched, and somehow that was more terrifying than if he'd pursued us. "Who was that?" I demanded once we were back on the main road. "Emily, what the hell is going on?" She was rocking back and forth, eyes squeezed shut. "I told you, they took me," they whisper in the woods. "They find you when you're alone, and they take you to the dark places." I pushed my car to its limits, taking the curves too fast, desperate to reach town. Emily gradually calmed down enough to direct me away from the main road. "Not to Oak Ridge," she insisted. "They'll be watching the roads into town. There's a motel up ahead. We can hide there for the night." I was too shaken to argue. The motel appeared about 5 miles later, a small L-shaped building with maybe 15 rooms. The vacancy sign flickered weakly in the night. I parked near the office, my nerves still frayed from our encounter at the diner. "Wait here," I told Emily. "I'll get us a room." She grabbed my wrist. "Be careful. Look for the signs." "What signs?" "Crooked pictures on the walls, strange symbols carved into things. If you see those, come back immediately." I nodded, though I had no idea what she was talking about. As I stepped out of the car, I glanced around the parking lot. It was mostly empty, just 2 other vehicles, both covered in dust like they'd been there a while. The motel itself looked run down but ordinary. I was halfway to the office when I spotted movement from the corner of my eye, something shifting in the shadows beside the ice machine. I turned quickly, but whatever it was had disappeared. Then I heard a soft thud from behind one of the motel room doors, like something heavy had fallen or been dropped. Every instinct screamed at me to get back in the car and drive away, but Emily was still waiting for me. I hurried to the office door, pushed it open, and found myself in a small, dimly lit reception area. No one was behind the counter. "Hello?" I called out. "Anyone here?" No response. I rang the bell on the counter. Still nothing. I was about to leave when I noticed a picture frame on the wall behind the desk. It hung at an odd angle, and the photo inside appeared to be of the motel itself. Except in the photo, there were people standing in a line in front of every room, all facing the camera with blank expressions. I stepped closer, squinting to see better in the poor light. That's when I realized they weren't just people. Their proportions were wrong, their limbs too long, their faces too hollow, and they were all smiling in exactly the same way, with too many teeth. I backed away from the counter, my blood running cold. As I turned to leave, I saw movement through the office window, a figure standing by my car leaning down to peer through the passenger window at Emily. It wasn't the man from the diner. This one was different, shorter, with a hunched posture. I burst through the office door, shouting, "Hey, get away from there!" The figure straightened and turned toward me. In the dim light of the parking lot, I could make out its face, or rather, the absence of distinct features where a face should be. Just smooth, pale skin with indentations where the eyes and mouth should be. It tilted its head, regarding me with curiosity rather than alarm. Then it smiled, a literal split forming across its lower face, widening to reveal rows of needle-like teeth. I ran toward my car, fumbling for my keys. Emily was screaming inside, pounding on the window. As I got closer, I saw more figures emerging from between the motel rooms, all moving with that same unnatural fluidity. I reached the car, yanked the door open, and lunged inside. As I jammed the key into the ignition, something grabbed my ankle, thin, ice-cold fingers wrapping around my leg with surprising strength. I kicked frantically, connecting with something solid. The grip loosened just enough for me to pull my leg inside and slam the door. The engine roared to life, and I reversed wildly, nearly hitting one of the figures that had positioned itself behind the car. As we sped away from the motel, I could see them in my rearview mirror, at least 6 or 7 of them standing motionless in the parking lot watching us go. Emily was hyperventilating beside me. "I told you," she gasped between sobs. "I told you they'd find us." I drove blindly, taking random turns, no longer caring about reaching town, just desperate to get away. Emily gradually quieted, her panicked breathing settling into a rhythm of hiccuping sobs. "What are they?" I finally managed to ask. "What do they want?" She wiped her face with her sleeve. "They collect people," she whispered. "Take them back to the woods, to the underground places. They whisper their secrets to you until you become like them." I wanted to dismiss it as the ravings of a traumatized mind, but after what I'd seen, I couldn't. Those weren't people at the motel. They weren't anything I could explain. We drove for what felt like hours, but according to my dashboard clock, it was only 45 minutes. The roads all started to look the same. Endless curves through dense forest. My gas gauge was dipping low again. "I think we're driving in circles," I admitted finally. "None of these roads make sense." Emily had gone very quiet. When I glanced over, I saw she was staring straight ahead, her expression blank. "Emily," I reached over to touch her shoulder. "Are you okay?" She turned to me slowly, and my heart stopped. Her eyes had changed. The pupils elongated into vertical slits like a cat's. When she spoke, her voice had that same melodic quality as the man from the diner. "You shouldn't have taken me, Chris," she said softly. "Now they have to take you too." I nearly drove off the road in shock. I pulled over, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel. "What are you saying? Emily, what's happening to you?" She smiled, and her teeth looked different, sharper, more numerous than before. "I was bait," she said simply. "I'm always the bait. They let me escape so I can bring them new people, people like you." I reached for the door handle, but she moved with impossible speed, her hand clamping down on my wrist. Her fingers were ice cold, just like the ones that had grabbed my ankle at the motel. "Don't," she said. "They're already here." I looked out the windshield and saw them. Figures emerging from the trees on both sides of the road, surrounding the car. The man from the diner was in front, that same twisted smile on his face. Emily's grip on my wrist tightened. "It doesn't hurt for long," she whispered. "The changing, and then you get to help bring others. It's not so bad, once you accept it." I tore my arm from her grasp and flung myself out of the driver's side door. I ran blindly into the woods, away from the road, away from the figures. Branches whipped at my face, roots tried to trip me, but I kept running. Behind me, I could hear them. Not heavy footsteps, but a soft rustling, like wind through dry leaves. I don't remember much after that, just fragments, running until my lungs burned, falling, getting up again. At some point, I found another road, and a trucker stopped for me. I must have looked insane, covered in scratches, wild-eyed, babbling about people in the woods. The police found my car the next morning, abandoned on that forest road. No sign of Emily. They searched the area but found nothing unusual. No underground chambers, no evidence of the motel I described. According to them, there hasn't been a motel on that stretch of road for at least 20 years. They think I had some kind of breakdown, that I imagined Emily, or picked up a hitchhiker who robbed me and ran. They suggested trauma counseling, which I'm doing, but it doesn't help. The therapist doesn't believe me either. Sometimes at night, I think I can hear whispers outside my apartment window, soft melodic voices calling my name. And lately, I've been having dreams about dark underground places where people with too many teeth teach me their secrets. The last thing I remember clearly from that night is Emily's hand slipping from mine as the darkness closed in around us. In my nightmares, she's always there, smiling with her new teeth, promising me that soon I'll understand, that soon I'll be just like them. And the worst part, sometimes I find myself looking forward to it. Story 10. I've been hesitant to share this for years, even writing it now. My hands are shaking. What happened to my family isn't something I can explain, and honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of it all these years later. My name is Betsy Bell. My father John moved our entire family from North Carolina to Tennessee in 1804 when I was just a child. Red River, now they call it Adams, was beautiful country, rolling farmland, good soil, the kind of place where a family could build something. Pa was so proud of our farm. He'd walk the fields every evening before sunset, checking crops and planning the next day's work. Everything was normal for years. We were just another farming family trying to make our way. Then everything changed. It started small. Pa came home one evening looking pale. He told Ma he'd seen something strange in the north field, a creature that looked like a dog but wasn't quite right. Said it had strange features, almost human-like eyes. He shot at it, but the thing vanished into thin air. We all laughed it off. Pa was known to exaggerate sometimes. But then the noises began. The first night, we heard knocking, not the gentle kind, but loud, deliberate pounding on our doors and windows. Pa checked outside, nothing there. The next night, it was the sound of wings flapping against our ceiling, like something massive was trapped in our attic. Pa and my brothers searched every inch of that house. Nothing. Soon it was rats gnawing at bedposts, chains dragging across floors, objects falling with tremendous crashes, but nothing was ever disturbed when we looked. We'd all jolt awake at the sound of something heavy falling, run to check, but everything would be in its place. I started dreading nightfall. During the day, things were mostly normal, but as soon as darkness came, so did the terror. The worst part was when it started physically touching us. The first time it happened to me, I was brushing my hair before bed. Something yanked my braids so hard my head snapped back. I screamed, thinking one of my brothers was playing a cruel joke, but I was alone in my room. The door was closed. No one could have gotten in and out that fast. Pa got it worse. He'd wake up with red marks on his face like someone had slapped him. Once, during dinner, he suddenly gasped for air, clutching his throat like someone was choking him. His face turned purple before whatever it was released him. We were all frozen in horror, watching him gasp for breath. People in town started talking. My teacher, Mr. Powell, noticed how exhausted I was, falling asleep during lessons. When he asked what was wrong, I couldn't bring myself to explain. Who would believe such madness? My sweetheart Joshua was different. We'd known each other since we were children, and he believed me when I finally broke down and told him everything. That was a mistake. After that, the entity seemed fixated on our relationship. I'd be walking through the house and suddenly feel something grab my hair and yank me to the floor. While I was being dragged across the rough wooden planks, a voice, not quite human, sort of raspy and sing-song, would whisper, "Please, Betsy, please don't marry Joshua Gardner." Over and over, like a twisted nursery rhyme. My legs would be covered in splinters and bruises. The voice started speaking to all of us. It called itself Kate, though sometimes it referred to itself as the witch. It knew things it shouldn't know, secrets, private conversations, things from our past. It could recite Bible verses with perfect accuracy and knew details about neighbors miles away. Strangest of all was how it treated Ma. While it tormented Pa and me relentlessly, it seemed almost protective of her. Once when Ma was sick with fever, we found walnuts beside her bed in the morning. When she mentioned wanting blackberry jam, a fresh basket of berries appeared on our porch. No footprints in the soft earth around it. Word spread quickly in a small community like ours. Soon people were coming from miles around to witness the Bell Witch. Kate seemed to enjoy the attention. She'd poke fun at visitors, revealing embarrassing secrets or imitating relatives who had passed. Some people ran away terrified, others were fascinated. There was one preacher who declared our home possessed by Satan. Kate tormented him mercilessly, reciting his own sermons back to him with mocking inflections, revealing his private sins to everyone present. He never returned. Pa's health began deteriorating. At first, we thought it was just age and the stress of the haunting. He complained of jaw pain and difficulty swallowing. His hands developed a tremor that wouldn't stop. Some days he couldn't even get out of bed. By December of 1820, Pa was bedridden completely. Dr. Hobson visited regularly but couldn't determine what was wrong. Pa just kept getting weaker. On December 19th, I'll never forget it, the temperature dropped suddenly. The house was so cold we could see our breath inside. The witch had been quiet for days, which usually meant something worse was coming. That evening, my brother John Jr. went to give Pa his medicine and found something terrifying. The medicine had been replaced with a strange vial of dark liquid. As he held it up, Kate's voice filled the room, louder than we'd ever heard it. "It's useless for you to try to relieve old Jack. I've got him this time. He'll never get up from that bed again." We were paralyzed with fear. John threw the vial into the fireplace and the liquid burst into blue flames that shot halfway up the chimney. The stench was unbearable, like sulfur and rotting meat. Pa died the next morning. The doctor listed his cause of death as unknown, but we all knew. Kate had finally taken what she wanted. During Pa's funeral, while the preacher spoke solemn words over his coffin, Kate sang drinking songs loud enough for everyone to hear. People were horrified, but what could anyone do against something we couldn't see or touch? After Pa's death, the activity lessened. Kate told us she'd return in 7 years, and true to her word, she did, though not as violently as before. By then, I had married Richard Powell, yes, my former teacher. Joshua and I had ended our courtship after Kate's relentless torment made it unbearable. I've spent my life trying to understand what happened to my family. Some locals believe Kate was a witch sent by a neighbor my father had a property dispute with. Others say it was a restless spirit or demon. Whatever it was, it destroyed my father and changed all of us forever. I still wake up some nights thinking I hear knocking on my bedroom wall. When the wind blows just right through the trees, it sometimes sounds like that same raspy voice calling my name. Richard tells me it's just my imagination, the wind playing tricks, but I know better. Some things can't be explained away. Some things follow you forever. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe because I'm getting older, and I don't want this story to die with me. Maybe because I still hope someone out there has answers. All I know for certain is what my family experienced was real, and no amount of rational explanation has ever helped me understand why it happened to us. Sometimes at night, when I'm alone in our house and the shadows grow long, I swear I can still hear that voice whispering, "I'll be back, Betsy. I'll always come back." And the worst part is, I believe it. Story 11. I still can't bring myself to drive on Highway 16 at night, not after what happened last autumn. I've tried talking to a therapist about it, but she just thinks I had some kind of stress-induced hallucination. Maybe writing it down will help me process what I saw that night. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I swear every word of this is true. It was mid-October, and I'd been feeling cooped up after months of working remotely. I decided to take a weekend solo road trip. Just me, my old Subaru, and the open road. I'd heard about this scenic highway that cuts through some state forest land about 3 hours from my place. The online reviews mentioned amazing fall colors and these cool little forgotten towns along the way. Some comments mentioned local ghost stories, but I figured that was just tourist trap stuff to make the area seem more interesting. I packed pretty light, just an overnight bag, way too many snacks, and my phone loaded with podcasts. I left around 6 in the morning, wanting to make the most of the daylight hours. The first couple hours were exactly what I needed. The temperature was perfect, that crisp autumn air that makes you feel alive. The trees were these incredible shades of red and gold, and with the sun coming through them, it was like driving through fire. I had my windows down, music playing, and felt this weight lifting off my shoulders with every mile. Things started to change when I turned onto Highway 16. It wasn't immediate, but gradual enough that I didn't really notice until I was already deep into it. The road narrowed from 4 lanes to 2. The shoulders got smaller, then disappeared completely in some stretches. The forest seemed to press in closer to the road, like it was trying to reclaim the asphalt. Around 11, I needed to stretch my legs and use the bathroom, so I pulled into this rest area. I knew something was off the moment I parked. There were these old concrete picnic tables scattered around, all covered in fallen leaves like nobody had used them in months. The restroom building had this faded green paint peeling off in strips. The place was completely deserted. I used the bathroom quickly. It was functional but smelled like dampness and old cleaning chemicals. When I came out, I decided to walk around a bit to stretch before getting back on the road. That's when I noticed how quiet it was. No birds, no distant traffic sounds, nothing but the wind moving through the trees. I walked toward the edge of the woods, and I swear I saw something move between the trees about 30 yards in, just a flash of something pale. "Hello?" I called out. "Somebody there?" Nothing, just that weird silence. The hair on my arms stood up, and I felt this distinct sensation of being watched. I jogged back to my car, telling myself I was being ridiculous, but I couldn't shake that feeling. I got in, locked the doors, and pulled back onto the highway. As I drove, I noticed there were hardly any other cars, maybe one every 15 or 20 minutes. The road started to twist and turn more, following the contours of the hills. I had to slow down on the curves, which meant more time staring into the increasingly dense forest on either side. The trees were closer to the road now, creating this tunnel effect that blocked out a lot of the sunlight. By 4 in the afternoon, the sun was already starting to set behind the hills. The shadows were stretching across the road, and I realized I was gripping the steering wheel way too tight. I tried to relax, but something about this place just felt wrong. Like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. I rounded a bend and saw it, an old car parked just off the road under the trees. It looked like something from the 70s, this vintage Chevy with faded blue paint. I slowed down, wondering if someone had broken down and needed help. There was no one inside that I could see, but something about it caught my attention. It didn't look abandoned or damaged. It was just parked there like someone had left it temporarily. I pulled over about 20 yards past it and sat there debating with myself. The smart thing would have been to keep driving, but curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed my phone, no signal of course, and walked back to the car. As I got closer, the temperature seemed to drop suddenly. I'm not talking about a slight chill. It was like walking into a freezer. My breath came out in visible puffs, even though it had been in the mid-60s all day. The car was empty, with no signs of damage or trouble. The windows were rolled up, and when I cupped my hands to peer inside, I saw the keys still hanging from the ignition. That's when I heard it, these whispers that seemed to be carried on the wind. Not clear words, but definitely human voices, multiple ones all talking over each other. I spun around looking for the source, but there was nobody there, just the empty road and the dense forest. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I backed away from the car and practically ran back to my Subaru. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I peeled out of there, tires spinning on the loose gravel of the shoulder. The sun was almost completely gone now, and I realized I had no idea how much farther it was to the next town. My GPS wasn't working. The screen just showed me in the middle of green nothing with no roads marked. I flipped on my high beams and tried to focus on the road, not the increasingly dark forest closing in around me. That's when my headlights started flickering, not completely out, just dimming and brightening randomly. I tapped the dashboard, hoping it was just a loose connection, but it kept happening. And then, in one of those moments when the lights fully brightened, I saw her. A woman was standing in the middle of the road about 50 yards ahead. She had on this white dress that looked tattered at the edges. Her hair was long and dark, hanging down over her face as she stood there with her head bowed, looking at the ground. I slammed on my brakes, skidding a little on the asphalt. "Hey!" I called out through my open window. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" She didn't move at first, and I thought maybe she was injured or in shock. I was about to get out when she slowly raised her head. I'll never forget what I saw. Her eyes were just wrong. They looked hollow, like deep black pits in her pale face, and they weren't focused on me exactly, more like she was looking through me. I threw the car into reverse without even thinking. The tires squealed as I backed up, and I nearly went off the road trying to turn around. In my rearview mirror, I could see her still standing there, but now her arms were outstretched toward me, like she was beckoning. I floored it, driving way too fast for that winding road. I kept checking my mirrors, convinced she would somehow appear behind me. The road twisted and turned, and I realized I had no idea where I was or which direction I was heading. All I knew was that I needed to get away from that woman. After about 20 minutes of driving like a maniac, I saw the glowing lights of what turned out to be a gas station. I pulled in, practically hyperventilating. There was an older guy behind the counter inside, reading a newspaper under flickering fluorescent lights. When I walked in, he looked at me like he knew exactly what I'd seen. "You okay, son?" he asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." He said it in this way that made it clear he wasn't just using an expression. I tried to explain what had happened, stumbling over my words. He nodded the whole time, not looking surprised at all. "You're not the first," he said when I finished. "That stretch of Highway 16 has a history. Most locals won't drive it after dark." He told me about the stories, how back in the 1970s, a young woman had been murdered on that highway. Her car was found abandoned, but her body wasn't discovered for weeks. Since then, people reported seeing her on the road, especially during autumn. Some said she tried to lure travelers into the forest. Others claimed their cars broke down after seeing her, leaving them stranded in the dark. "Those who follow her are never seen again," the attendant said matter-of-factly. "At least that's what they say." I asked him for directions to the nearest town with a motel. He drew me a crude map on the back of a receipt, carefully marking a route that avoided Highway 16. "Stay on these roads," he said, "even if your GPS tries to take you back to the highway, and don't stop for anyone walking along the road, no matter what." I thanked him and went back to my car. The headlights were working normally now, which was a small relief. I followed his directions, constantly checking my mirrors and jumping at every shadow. About an hour later, I reached a small town and found a motel. I barely slept that night, lying awake, listening to every creak and sound outside my door. When morning finally came, I checked out immediately and started the long drive home, taking the interstate even though it added 2 hours to my trip. As the daylight brightened the landscape, I felt this weight lifting. I told myself I'd been tired, that the gas station attendant had fed into my imagination with those ghost stories, that I'd probably seen a real person on the road, maybe someone playing a prank or a disturbed individual, but I know what I saw. Those eyes weren't human, and sometimes when I'm driving at night and my headlights flicker even slightly, I see her in my mind, standing in the road with her arms outstretched. I've researched that highway since then. There are similar stories online from other drivers, but they're always dismissed as urban legends or campfire tales. News archives show that 3 people have gone missing on that stretch of Highway 16 in the past decade. Their cars were found abandoned along the road, keys still in the ignition. The cases remain unsolved. I don't know what's out there on Highway 16. I don't know if what I saw was a ghost or something else entirely. But I know I'll never drive that road again, especially after dark. Some places have a darkness that goes beyond the absence of light, and some roads should remain untraveled. Story 12. I still can't sleep with the lights off. It's been 3 months since that night at Hollow Creek House, and I swear I still see movement in the dark corners of my bedroom. My roommates think I'm being dramatic, but they weren't there. Well, not all of them anyway. Let me start from the beginning. My name's Megan, and I'm a junior at Westlake University. Last summer, my friends and I were bored out of our minds in our small town. We'd already binged every new show, hit up every local bar, and even tried camping. Never again. Mosquitoes love me. It was Jake who suggested we check out the old Victorian house at the end of Hollow Creek Road. Everyone in town knows about it. It's that creepy abandoned place with the peeling yellow paint and the overgrown garden. Growing up, we'd all heard stories about the family that vanished there in the 70s, and the ghost lady who supposedly walks the halls at night. Kids dare each other to touch the gate, but nobody ever goes in after dark. We should totally explore it, Jake said, taking a swig of his beer. Like, actually go inside. Lisa, my best friend since freshman year, immediately shot it down. Are you insane? That place is probably crawling with black mold and rabid raccoons. Tom, Jake's roommate, was already pulling up the house on his phone. Dude, there's a whole Reddit thread about this place. People say they've seen faces in the windows. I should have said no. Everything in me was screaming to say no. But instead, I heard myself say, we should go tonight. I blame the 3 beers and the mind-numbing boredom of summer break in a small college town. We drove over around 8:30 that evening. The sun was still setting, casting long shadows across the overgrown lawn. The house looked even creepier up close. 3 stories of weathered Victorian architecture with a turret on one side and a wraparound porch that was practically collapsing. Most of the windows were boarded up, but a few on the second floor were just cracked or missing entirely. I can't believe we're doing this, Lisa muttered, clutching her phone like it was a weapon. She'd been filming everything since we left the apartment, saying she was documenting our stupidity for posterity. Jake led the way, using a credit card to jimmy the lock on the back door. It popped open with barely any resistance. That was way too easy, Tom said, flicking on his flashlight, like it wanted us to come in. The interior of the house was like stepping into another century. The air was thick with dust and had that unmistakable musty smell of abandonment. But what struck me was how much stuff was still there. Usually abandoned houses get stripped or vandalized, but this place was like a time capsule. Faded floral couches in the living room, a dining table with chairs neatly pushed in, picture frames on the walls, though most were too dusty to make out the photos. This is insane, I whispered, running my finger along a side table and creating a line in the dust. It's like they just left. Jake was already poking around the kitchen. Guys, there's still dishes in the cabinets, and look, he pointed to a calendar hanging on the wall. June 1978. Lisa was filming everything, narrating in a hushed voice. The infamous Hollow Creek house, untouched for over 40 years. Let's split up, Tom suggested, cover more ground. Another moment when I should have objected. Everyone knows you don't split up in a creepy abandoned house. That's horror movie 101, but I didn't say anything. Megan and I'll check upstairs, Lisa said, grabbing my arm. You guys take the main floor. I followed Lisa up the creaking staircase, our flashlight beams dancing across peeling wallpaper. The upper hallway had 5 doors, all closed except one that was slightly ajar. We decided to start with that one. It was a child's bedroom. Faded blue wallpaper with rocket ships, a small bed with a deflated-looking teddy bear, a bookshelf filled with adventure stories and science books. "This is so sad," Lisa whispered, panning her phone around the room. "Imagine being a kid and just never coming home again." We moved on to the next room, a bathroom with a rust-stained clawfoot tub, then another bedroom, this one with a double bed and feminine touches, a vanity with dusty perfume bottles, a jewelry box, clothes still hanging in the closet. The 4th door we tried opened into what looked like a master bedroom. It was the largest room so far, with a 4-poster bed and heavy velvet curtains. "Check this out," I said, pointing to a collection of photographs on the dresser. I wiped away some of the dust with my sleeve. This must be the family. There were several framed photos of a couple with 2 children, a boy around 10 and a girl maybe 7 or 8. They looked happy, normal. The mom had this warm smile that reminded me of my own mother. Lisa was filming the photos when it happened. The bedroom door slammed shut behind us with such force that the walls seemed to shake. I yelped and spun around, heart pounding. "Very funny, guys," Lisa called out, assuming Jake and Tom were messing with us, but there was no answer. I tried the doorknob. It wouldn't budge. "It's stuck," I said, pulling harder. Like really stuck. That's when we heard it. A soft, feminine laugh that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Then a whisper, so close it felt like someone's lips were right against my ear. "You shouldn't have come here." My blood turned to ice. Lisa and I locked eyes, and I knew she'd heard it too. Her face had gone completely white. "Jake! Tom!" I screamed, pounding on the door. "This isn't funny. Let us out." Lisa joined me, both of us hammering on the door and shouting for help. We could hear footsteps thundering up the stairs, and then Jake and Tom on the other side. "What's wrong? We were downstairs," Jake called through the door. "The door's jammed or something," Tom said, jiggling the handle from his side. "There's someone in here with us," Lisa hissed, her voice cracking. We heard someone laugh and then whisper. There was a pause, and then Tom said, "Stand back, I'm going to try to break it down." It took 3 attempts before the door finally gave way, the old wood splintering around the lock. Jake and Tom burst in, looking concerned and confused. "What the hell happened?" Jake demanded. I was about to answer when Lisa gasped, pointing her phone toward the far wall. "Look." At first, I didn't understand what I was seeing. The shadows on the wall were moving, not shifting with our flashlight beams, but moving independently, twisting and contorting into humanoid shapes. As we watched in horror, the shadows took form. A man, a woman, 2 smaller figures that had to be children. What the actual Tom started, but his words died as the shadow figures began to reach out toward us. Their faces were twisted in what looked like agony, mouths opening and closing as if they were trying to scream. "We need to go," I said, backing toward the broken door. "Now." We bolted out of the room and down the hallway, but more shadows were forming on the walls of the corridor. They seemed to be following us, reaching out with elongated fingers. And then, clear as day, we all heard a single word repeated over and over: "Stay." We practically fell down the stairs in our rush to escape. In the living room, the shadows were even more pronounced, surging forward to block our path to the front door. "Back door!" Jake shouted, grabbing my hand and pulling me toward the kitchen. We made it outside, gasping for fresh air and not stopping until we reached Jake's car parked down the street. We sat there for a few minutes, just breathing and trying to process what had happened. "Tell me you got that on video," Tom finally said to Lisa. She checked her phone and nodded slowly. "I think so. I was recording the whole time." We drove back to our apartment in silence. It wasn't until we were sitting around our kitchen table, passing around a bottle of whiskey, that we started to talk about it. They weren't trying to hurt us, I said finally. Those shadows. They looked desperate, like they needed help. The others nodded, and Lisa pulled up the video on her phone. When we watched it back, we could clearly see the shadow figures forming on the wall. But there was something else, something we hadn't noticed in our panic. In the background of the video, when Lisa had been filming the family photos, there was a faint glow around the frames. And when we zoomed in on the photos themselves, the faces of the family members seemed to match the shapes of the shadows we'd seen. "I think they're trapped there," Tom said quietly. "The family, whatever happened to them, they can't move on." That night we all had the same nightmare, faces pressed against a dark void, silently screaming for help. When we compared notes the next morning, we realized something else was happening. Objects in our apartment would move when we weren't looking. We'd catch glimpses of shadows in our peripheral vision. Sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, we'd hear whispers. "They followed us home," Lisa said, her voice barely audible. "For 2 weeks we tried to ignore it. We rationalized it as collective hysteria or PTSD from our scare, but the occurrences only intensified. The shadows became bolder, the whispers more distinct. Finally, Jake said what we'd all been thinking. We need to go back." This time, we went prepared. We brought better flashlights, extra batteries, and Lisa borrowed a better camera from the film department. We arrived at the house just after sunset, determined to figure out what had happened to the family and why they couldn't rest. The house felt different this time, less threatening, more sorrowful. The shadows appeared almost immediately, but they didn't try to scare us. Instead, they seemed to be guiding us, leading us through the rooms. Through Lisa's camera viewfinder, we could see more than with our naked eyes. The shadows had distinct features. The father with his strong jaw, the mother with her kind eyes, the children with their innocent faces. "They're trying to show us something," Lisa said, following the shadow of the little girl up the stairs. In the master bedroom, the shadows guided us to a loose panel in the wall. Behind it, we found a cache of letters and photographs. The letters detailed a happy family life that had gradually darkened. The father's business was failing. The mother was ill. There were references to them watching the house and cryptic mentions of a final solution. The shadows then led us to the basement, a place we hadn't explored on our first visit. In a hidden room behind a false wall, we found a journal. It belonged to the mother Margaret, and the final entry chilled me to the bone. "Robert insists this is the only way. He says they'll never stop coming after us, that the debt is too great. The children don't understand. How could they? I've prepared their favorite meal. Robert has added the pills to their dessert. They won't suffer. None of us will. I only pray that whatever waits on the other side is kinder than what we leave behind. If anyone finds this, please remember us as we were, not as what we became in these final desperate days." As Tom read the last words aloud, the room suddenly filled with a warm, golden light. The shadows around us began to change, losing their twisted, anguished appearance. They seemed to straighten, to relax, to find peace. The family stood before us one last time, and I swear I could see gratitude in their now gentle expressions. Then, like morning mist under the sun, they dissolved into soft light, and a whisper echoed through the basement. "Thank you. You have set us free." We felt it immediately. The oppressive atmosphere of the house had lifted. The shadows that had followed us home were gone. That night, for the first time in weeks, I slept without nightmares. We've researched the family since then. Their name was Carter. Robert Carter had borrowed money from some dangerous people to save his failing business. When he couldn't pay, they threatened his family. Rather than face whatever was coming, he chose to end their lives and his own. The house still stands at the end of Hollow Creek Road, but it feels different now. The town has started a fundraiser to restore it as a historical site. People leave flowers at the gate sometimes. As for me, I still can't sleep with the lights off. Not because I'm afraid of the Carters. They're at peace now. but because I can't shake the feeling that there are other lost souls out there, trapped between worlds, just waiting for someone to hear their story. Story 13. I've been debating whether to share this for years. Even writing this now makes my hands shake a bit. I'm 24 now, but when I was 13, something happened that I still can't explain, and it honestly messed me up for a long time. Summer in suburban Philadelphia gets sticky hot, the kind where your t-shirt clings to your back after just a few minutes outside. That particular day, I was camped out in my bedroom with the AC blasting, FaceTiming with my best friend Jordan. We were both bored out of our minds like most 13-year-olds during summer break. My parents were both at work, and Jordan's mom was running errands, so we had that weird teenage freedom of being alone but not really knowing what to do with it. Jordan lived about 15 minutes away by car, but neither of us could drive yet, and it was too hot to bike. So FaceTime it was. She had this set up in her bedroom, with her phone propped against her vanity mirror, and I could see a decent chunk of her room behind her, specifically her chair against a blank wall, with her closet off to the side. We were talking about the most random stuff, some drama from the last week of school before summer break. This boy named Tyler, who Jordan swore had a crush on me, and plans for the fall when we'd start high school. Just normal 13-year-old girl talk. Jordan mentioned she needed to organize her closet since her mom had been nagging her about it for days, so she propped her phone up and kept chatting while she started sorting through clothes. About 20 minutes into our call, something caught my eye. The chair at Jordan's vanity had moved slightly. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe she'd bumped it when she walked by or something. It was just pulled back a little from where it had been. "Hey, did you just move your chair?" I asked, not really concerned, just curious. "What? No," Jordan called from inside her closet. I could hear hangers scraping across the metal rod as she pushed clothes around. "I'm in my closet." "Why?" "Nothing. It just looked different," I said, brushing it off. But I kept glancing at it. A few minutes later, I noticed it again. The chair was definitely further back now, like a foot away from the vanity. I felt this weird sensation in my stomach, that flutter of unease that comes before you fully realize something is wrong. "Jordan." My voice sounded smaller than I intended. "Are you sure you didn't move your chair?" "Emma, I've been in my closet this whole time," she said, sounding a bit annoyed. "You can literally hear me moving stuff around." She was right. I could hear her rummaging through things, nowhere near the chair. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the camera glitched and made it look like the chair moved, or maybe I just hadn't noticed its position correctly the first time. But then it happened again. This time I watched it in real time. The chair slid backward another foot or so, smooth and deliberate, like someone had pulled it. There was no jerkiness like you'd see with a camera glitch. It just moved. "Jordan," I said, my heart starting to pound. "The chair is moving. I'm not kidding. It's like way farther back now." She went quiet for a second, then stepped out of her closet. I could see her in the frame now, looking at the chair, then at her phone, her face going pale. "I didn't move it," she said, her voice tight. "Emma, I swear I didn't move it." We both stared at it for a moment. The chair was now several feet away from the vanity, sitting in the middle of her room. "Maybe it's just sliding on the hardwood," I suggested, desperately wanting there to be a normal explanation. Like maybe the floor is uneven or something. Jordan shook her head. "My floor is carpeted, Emma." Just as she said that, the chair flew backward, like literally flew, and slammed into the wall with a loud thud. We both screamed. Jordan jumped back so fast she nearly fell over. "What the actual hell?" she shrieked, her eyes wide with panic. My heart was hammering so hard I thought I might throw up. "Jordan, get out of your room right now." "I can't," she whispered, frozen in place. "What if there's something out there? My mom isn't home." We were both breathing hard, that shallow, panicky breathing where you can't quite get enough air. The chair hadn't moved again after hitting the wall, but now it felt like we were both waiting for something worse to happen. Should I hang up? I asked, my finger hovering over the end call button. No exclamation mark, Jordan almost shouted. Don't leave me alone with whatever this is. We tried to calm down. Jordan edged away from the chair, staying as far from it as possible while still remaining in frame. We tried to make sense of what happened. Maybe a draft, maybe the house settling, maybe anything but what it actually looked like. Something invisible moving furniture around. After about 10 minutes with no further movement, we started to convince ourselves it was some weird fluke. Jordan even laughed nervously, saying her house was old and sometimes things just happened. I wasn't buying it, but I wanted to believe her. I need to finish cleaning my closet before my mom gets home, she said, clearly trying to act normal. She's bringing trash bags up, but I need to grab some from downstairs for all this junk. I didn't want her to go, but I also didn't want to seem like a total baby. Okay, hurry back though. Jordan nodded and left the frame. I could hear her footsteps going down the stairs. I was alone, staring at her empty room through my phone screen. The chair was still against the wall where it had slammed. That's when it happened. From the top of the screen, from the ceiling, something dropped down into frame. It was thin and beige, swaying slightly. It took my brain a second to process what I was seeing, and when I did, I felt ice water replace all the blood in my veins. It was a rope fashioned into what looked exactly like a noose. It just hung there, swinging gently, as if someone had just dropped it from above. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I just stared at it, my entire body cold with terror. Without thinking, I jabbed the end call button so hard my finger hurt. I threw my phone across my bed like it was on fire and curled up against my headboard, hugging my knees to my chest. I kept seeing that rope in my mind, dangling there in Jordan's empty room. What the hell had I just witnessed? My phone started ringing almost immediately. It was Jordan calling back. I didn't want to answer. I really didn't want to answer. But what if she was in danger? What if something was happening to her? I picked up my phone with shaking hands and accepted the call. Emma, why did you hang up? Jordan sounded confused and a little annoyed, not scared. My voice cracked and I had to start over. Did you just drop a rope in front of your camera? What? No, I've been downstairs getting trash bags. What are you talking about? Jordan, I swear to God there was a rope, like a noose. It dropped down from your ceiling right after you left. There was silence on the other end. Then very quietly, Emma, that's not funny. I'm not joking. I wouldn't joke about this. My voice was getting higher, more desperate. I saw it. It just appeared from the top of the screen and was hanging there. There's no rope in my room, Emma. I don't even own a rope. Why would I have a rope? I didn't know what to say. I knew what I saw. It was clear as day. But Jordan seemed genuinely confused, and I had no explanation for how a rope could appear and then disappear in the span of 30 seconds. Can you go check your room, please? Just look around for anything weird. Jordan sighed but agreed. I heard her going back upstairs. When she got back to her room, she panned her phone camera around, showing me every corner. No rope. The chair was still against the wall where it had flown. See? Nothing, she said. But her voice sounded less certain now. But the chair is still moved. We both stared at it through the screen. Neither of us could explain what had happened. We ended up hanging up shortly after, both too freaked out to continue talking normally. Jordan texted me later that night saying she'd made her mom check the entire room and the attic access above it. Nothing unusual was found. For months afterward, Jordan refused to be alone in her room. She told me she kept waking up in the middle of the night feeling like someone was watching her. About a year later, her family moved to a different house in the same school district. She never explicitly said it was because of what happened, but I always wondered, it's been 11 years, and Jordan and I still talk about it sometimes. Our accounts have never changed. We saw what we saw. The chair moved on its own, violently, and I saw a noose drop into frame when no one else was in the room. No explanation we've come up with over the years makes any sense. I know this sounds like something straight out of a horror movie. I've questioned my own memory countless times. But the fact that Jordan confirms the chair moving and the absolute gut-wrenching terror I felt seeing that rope, those things were real. Whatever was in Jordan's room that day wanted us to know it was there. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still wonder what would have happened if Jordan hadn't gone downstairs or if I hadn't hung up when I did. Story 14. I've never shared this with anyone outside my ex-wife and my therapist. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I need to get this off my chest because it's eaten away at me for nearly my entire life. I'm 33 now, divorced, living alone in a small apartment on the outskirts of Ravenwood. The town's always been quiet, one of those places where everyone knows everyone, nothing interesting ever happens, and the most exciting news is when someone gets a new car. But for me, this sleepy little town has been the backdrop to a nightmare that's followed me since I was a kid. It started when I was 6. I had this dream that felt more real than reality. I was standing at my bedroom window, looking out at the street. It was pitch black outside except for this one street lamp at the edge of our yard, and under it was something. I still struggle to describe it accurately. It wasn't a shadow. Shadows are just an absence of light. This was an absence of everything. A humanoid figure, probably 8 feet tall, but made of absolute nothingness, like someone had cut a hole in reality itself. The only feature I could make out was its size and shape. Then it roared, not like an animal, more like the sound of reality tearing. I woke up screaming, and my parents rushed in to calm me down. They told me it was just a nightmare, but I knew better. It felt too real, too present. After that first encounter, things escalated. I started having these weird out-of-body experiences at my grandmother's house. I'd be lying in bed, and suddenly I'd be floating above myself, watching my own body sleeping. Then I'd feel this pull, like something was trying to draw me toward the front door, and I just knew something was waiting for me outside, something bad. I'd fight against the pull until I snapped back into my body, gasping and sweating. The sleep paralysis started shortly after. At first, it was rare, maybe once a year. I'd wake up unable to move, my heart pounding so hard I thought my chest would burst, and every time, the void creature from my dream would be there, always starting at the far corner of my room. Each episode, it would be slightly closer to my bed, and there was this sound, like TV static, but deeper, more organic somehow, like electricity crackling through emptiness. My parents took me to doctors thinking I had night terrors or some kind of seizure disorder. Nothing ever showed up on the tests. One doctor suggested I had an overactive imagination combined with anxiety. Another thought I might be experiencing hallucinations from stress, but none of their explanations felt right, and none of their treatments worked. For a few years during my teens, the encounters stopped, and I thought maybe I'd outgrown whatever it was. I started to convince myself it had just been childhood fears blown out of proportion. Then, when I was 21 and in college, I had the worst episode yet. I was back home for summer break, sleeping in my old bedroom. I woke up paralyzed, but this time was different. The entire room had a deep red haze to it, like looking through blood-tinted glasses, and the void creature wasn't across the room. It was standing right beside my bed, looking down at me. For the first time, I could see it had something like an eye, a bright burning red spot in the center of where its face should be. The static noise had evolved too. It wasn't just random crackling anymore. It had rhythm and cadence like speech. Deep, vibrating sounds that I couldn't understand but somehow knew were directed at me. I tried to scream but couldn't. The red eye seemed to burn brighter the more I struggled. After what felt like hours, I finally broke free from the paralysis and bolted upright. My room was normal again. No red haze, no void creature. But my sheets were soaked with sweat, and my throat was raw like I'd been screaming. I told my parents the next morning. They were worried, suggested therapy again. I went a few times but stopped. The therapist kept trying to connect it to stress about graduating or relationship issues. Nothing that explained what I was experiencing. The encounters became less frequent as I got older. I got married at 26 to a woman I'd met at work. She was understanding when I told her about my night terrors, though I could tell she didn't fully believe me. We bought a small house on the edge of Ravenwood, not far from where I grew up. Things were good for a while. Then came the night that changed everything. I was 30, and my wife was visiting her parents for the weekend. I was alone in our house, had gone to bed around 11 after watching some mindless TV show. I fell asleep quickly, but woke around 3 in the morning to a sound coming from under the bed. It was a low growling, like nothing I'd ever heard before, not quite animal, not quite human. I froze, afraid to look, but eventually gathered the courage to lean over the edge of the bed. Nothing was there, but the sound continued, seeming to come from the very air itself. I decided to get out of the bedroom, thinking maybe it was just pipes or the heating system making strange noises. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood up. That's when I heard it, the same roar from my childhood nightmare, but louder, closer, like it was right behind me. The room suddenly took on that deep red haze again. I ran for the bedroom door, yanked it open, and sprinted down the hallway toward the front door. But when I got there and pulled it open, I found myself stepping back into the bedroom. Same red haze, same feeling of dread. I tried again and again. Each time, I'd run a different route through the house, but always ended up back in the bedroom. It was like the house had become a loop I couldn't escape from. The roaring got louder with each attempt, the red haze deeper. On what must have been my 5th or 6th try, I felt something. Cold, sharp points dragging down the back of my neck. Not hard enough to break skin, but definite pressure, like claws testing how easily they could tear into me. I spun around and saw nothing, but the roaring was deafening now. The red had become so intense that I could barely see. The static speech was back too, louder than ever, almost forming words I could almost understand. Something about time and mine and always. Then suddenly I was awake in my bed, drenched in cold sweat. The sheets twisted around me like I'd been thrashing. The room was normal. No red haze, no void creature. But when I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face, I saw 3 faint red lines down the back of my neck in the mirror. My wife came home the next day, and I tried to tell her what happened. She listened, but I could see the concern in her eyes. Not for what had happened to me, but for my mental state. She suggested I see someone, get back on medication. Our marriage didn't last much longer after that. The stress of what I was experiencing, her disbelief, my growing paranoia, it all became too much. We divorced when I was 32. Looking back now, I've started to see a pattern. The entity, or whatever it is, seemed to show up during the most vulnerable periods of my life. When I was a scared kid, when I was stressed about college, when my marriage was beginning to fracture. I've wondered if maybe it feeds on negative emotions somehow, or if it's attached to me specifically, drawn to the toxic relationships and situations I've found myself in. Because here's the strange thing. Since I removed the negative influences from my life, since I've been living alone and focusing on my own well-being, the encounters have stopped. It's been almost 2 years now since that night in the house. I still have regular nightmares, still wake up sometimes with my heart racing, expecting to see that void figure standing in the corner of my room, but it hasn't appeared. I don't know if it's gone for good. Part of me thinks it's just waiting for me to be vulnerable again. I can still remember the sensation of those claws on my neck, the roaring sound that seemed to vibrate through my very bones, the deep red haze that turned familiar surroundings into something alien and threatening. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I think I hear that static speech just at the edge of my hearing, and I wonder what it would say if I could understand it. I wonder what it wants from me. The void took a lot from me. My sense of safety, my marriage, years of peaceful sleep. But the worst part is not knowing what it is, why it chose me, whether it's really gone or just biding its time. I still live in Ravenwood, still walk the same streets where I first dreamed of that void creature under the street lamp. Sometimes at night, I find myself avoiding looking at that specific spot, afraid of what I might see standing there, watching me with its burning red eye. I don't expect anyone to believe this. Most days I barely believe it myself, but I know what I experienced was real, The void was real, and sometimes, in my darkest moments, I fear it's still out there, still watching, still waiting to finish whatever it started all those years ago when I was just a scared 6-year-old, looking out my window at something that shouldn't exist. Story 15. I still don't sleep well at night. It's been 3 years since I quit that gas station job, but I swear sometimes I wake up at exactly 1:48 in the morning, hearing footsteps outside my window. My therapist says it's just my brain playing tricks on me, that trauma can do that. But I know what I heard that night, what I saw. I'd been working at Roy's Gas and Go for about 8 months when it happened. It was this tiny, rundown place on Route 32 in Wyoming, literally in the middle of nowhere. The nearest town was Coyote Ridge, a good 25 miles east. The next closest place was some rancher's property about 5 miles west. Other than that, nothing but sagebrush, rocks, and empty highway stretching to the horizon. The job was simple: pump gas for the occasional trucker, sell beef jerky and energy drinks to lost tourists, and make sure nobody stole anything. The pay was decent, considering how little I actually had to do. Plus, Roy let me use the back room to crash on nights when I didn't feel like making the 40-minute drive back to my apartment. It was boring as hell, but I needed the money for school. That Friday night in April started like any other. I'd taken the night shift because it paid an extra $2 an hour, and night shifts at Roy's were even more dead than day shifts. I usually just sat behind the counter reading or watching stuff on my phone. The station had this ancient security system, just one camera over the register and another covering the pumps. The footage recorded onto these old VHS tapes that Roy would reuse over and over. Half the time, the system wasn't even working right. It was cold that night. I remember that clearly. Spring in Wyoming doesn't mean much. It was still dropping below freezing after dark. I had the heater cranked up behind the counter, this ancient thing that smelled like burning dust. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, one of them flickering every few minutes in that way that drives you crazy if you pay attention to it. Around 1:30 in the morning, I'd just finished eating a microwave burrito and was scrolling through my phone when I noticed headlights in the distance. This wasn't too unusual. We'd get the occasional long-haul trucker or lost tourist even in the middle of the night. The lights got closer, and I could see it wasn't a truck but a car, moving slower than most vehicles on that stretch. At 1:48 exactly, I remember checking my phone, this old black sedan pulled up to pump 2. Not ancient, but definitely old, maybe from the 90s. One of those boxy models with the square headlights. No license plate, which immediately struck me as weird, but I figured maybe it had fallen off or something. The engine stayed running, but nobody got out. I waited a minute or two, thinking maybe they were looking for their wallet or checking directions. After 5 minutes of nothing, I started to get annoyed. Roy had this policy about offering customer service when people pulled in, especially at night. He was paranoid about losing business to the newer station they'd opened in Coyote Ridge. I pulled my jacket on and headed outside. The night air hit me like a slap. It must have been around 25 degrees. My breath made these little clouds that got whisked away in the wind. The car just sat there, engine idling, windows slightly fogged up. I couldn't see inside clearly. As I got closer, I noticed there were no stickers on the car, no personalization at all, just this perfectly clean, slightly outdated black sedan. The windows were tinted, but not completely blacked out. I could make out someone sitting in the driver's seat, not moving. "Need some help with the pump?" I called out, staying a few feet back. No response. I moved a little closer and tapped on the window. That's when I got my first look at him, a tall, thin man wearing a wide-brimmed hat like an old-fashioned fedora, but wider. The overhead lights from the station cast weird shadows across his face, so I couldn't make out his features clearly. He didn't turn to look at me, didn't move at all. "Sir, you need gas?" I tried again, knocking a little harder this time. Nothing, not even a glance in my direction, just sitting there, hands on the wheel, staring straight ahead. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. Something felt seriously off. I backed away slowly, telling myself it was probably just some drunk guy who'd pulled over to sleep it off. or maybe someone having a medical issue. But deep down, I knew it wasn't either of those things. I went back inside and locked the door behind me. Roy would have been pissed. We weren't supposed to lock up when the station was open, but something about the whole situation felt wrong. Through the windows, I could see the car still sitting there, engine running, driver motionless. I considered calling the sheriff, but what would I say? There's a guy sitting in his car not doing anything. They probably wouldn't send anyone out for hours anyway. Cell reception was spotty at best out there, and the station's landline was about as reliable as the security system. For almost 45 minutes I just watched that car. The driver never moved. Then without warning, the engine shut off. The sudden silence was somehow worse than the idle rumbling had been. The driver's door opened slowly, and the man stepped out. He was tall, taller than I'd realized from seeing him sitting down, at least 6.5 feet, rail thin, wearing what looked like a dark suit under a long coat, and that hat pulled low over his face. He stood perfectly still beside the car for maybe 30 seconds, then started walking, not toward the station, but toward the edge of the lot where the pavement meets the desert. His movements were wrong somehow, too fluid, like his joints bent in ways they shouldn't. He never looked toward the station, never acknowledged me watching him, just walked to the edge of the light from the overhead lamps and disappeared into the darkness. The car door was still open, like he'd forgotten to close it. I stood frozen behind the counter, unable to look away from where he'd vanished. The open car door swung slightly in the wind, creating this rhythmic creaking sound that carried through the night. I tried telling myself there was a rational explanation. Maybe he needed to take a leak and didn't want to come inside. Maybe he was meeting someone, but who the hell would be meeting someone at a deserted gas station at 2:30 in the morning? Another 20 minutes passed, and he didn't return. The car just sat there, door open, like it had been abandoned. I was getting seriously freaked out by this point, but trying to keep it together. I decided to check the car's plates again, thinking maybe I'd missed them in the dark. Using the camera on my phone zoomed in as far as it would go, I could see there was definitely no license plate on the back. Just a clean, empty space where one should be. No temporary tag in the window either. Nothing to identify it at all. Around 3:15, I started debating whether to go out and close the car door myself. It was driving me crazy, that constant creaking sound, but the thought of going near that car made my skin crawl. I kept expecting the man to reappear any second. At 4 a.m. exactly, the power went out. 1 second, I'm sitting in the harsh fluorescent light, and the next, complete darkness. The humming of the refrigerators, the buzzing lights, the old TV mounted in the corner, everything went silent all at once. The only sound was the wind and that damn car door still creaking. My first thought was that maybe the guy had somehow cut the power. The station had a backup generator, but it was manual start, and the switch was outside in a shed behind the building. No way in hell was I going out there. I fumbled for my phone, turned on the flashlight, and tried to calm down. Power outages weren't uncommon out there, probably just a line down somewhere. Still, the timing felt too convenient to be a coincidence. With shaking hands, I found the emergency flashlight Roy kept under the counter. It was bigger and brighter than my phone light. I swept it around the store, empty aisles, dusty shelves, nothing out of place. Then I pointed it toward the windows. The car was gone. I blinked, sure I was seeing things wrong. I pressed my face against the glass, scanning the lot with my flashlight. Nothing. No car, no open door, no tall man, just empty parking spaces and darkness beyond. There's no way I could have missed him returning to the car and driving away. The engine would have started up again. Headlights would have cut through the darkness. I'd been watching the whole time. It was like the car had just vanished. Against my better judgment, I unlocked the door and stepped outside, flashlight clutched in my white-knuckled grip. The night was silent, except for the wind whistling across the desert. I walked cautiously to pump number 2, sweeping my light across the ground. No tire tracks leading away, no sign anyone had been there at all. I hurried back inside, locked the door, and tried to convince myself I was losing my mind. Maybe I'd dozed off without realizing it. Maybe there never was a car. The isolation of that place could mess with your head sometimes. That's when I noticed something that made my blood turn to ice. My flashlight caught them as I turned. Footprints in the dust on the floor. Not mine. These were different. Long, narrow prints leading from the door to behind the counter where I'd been sitting all night. Someone had been inside with me. I followed the prints with my light, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. They went straight to the spot behind the counter where I'd been sitting, then stopped, like someone had been standing directly behind me while I watched the parking lot. I ran. I don't remember making the decision to move. 1 second I was frozen in place, the next I was sprinting out the door into the night. I didn't even grab my jacket or phone, just ran blindly into the dark, away from the station, away from those footprints. The highway stretched empty in both directions. I started walking toward Coyote Ridge, jumping at every sound, constantly looking over my shoulder. After about 20 minutes, I remembered my car was still at the station. I nearly threw up at the thought of going back there. I kept walking, thumb out whenever I saw headlights, but no one stopped. Can't blame them. Who picks up a panicked guy on a deserted highway at 4:30 in the morning? Eventually, the sun started coming up, and a trucker stopped for me. Nice old guy who didn't ask too many questions when I said my car had broken down. He dropped me at a diner in Coyote Ridge where I called Roy. I quit that day, made up some story about a family emergency. Roy had to drive out to the station himself to cover my shift. He called later, pissed off because apparently the power was working fine when he got there and there was no car, no footprints, nothing out of the ordinary at all. He thought I'd just walked off the job for no reason. 3 years later, I still wake up sometimes at exactly 1:48 in the morning. Sometimes I hear footsteps outside my window, slow and deliberate. I've moved twice since then, but it doesn't matter. I never found out who that man was or what happened to his car. Never figured out how he got inside without me noticing, or how he got so close he could have reached out and touched me. But I know he's still out there somewhere, watching, waiting, and sometimes when I'm driving at night and see a black sedan in my rearview mirror, I press the gas pedal all the way down and don't slow down until the sun comes up. Story 16. I still can't sleep with the windows open, not after what happened at Echo Lake. I'm writing this down because I need someone, anyone, to understand what we experienced there. Maybe someone will recognize something similar and I won't feel so completely alone with this knowledge. My name is Catherine Armstrong. My husband, Jonathan, inherited his father's lake house in northeastern Pennsylvania back in 2013. It was this gorgeous 4,200 square foot place right on Echo Lake, a beautiful deep body of water that got its name from the way sounds bounce across it. If you stood on our dock and called out, you'd hear your voice come back with this unnerving clarity, sometimes repeating 3 or 4 times. The locals had stories about it, old indigenous legends calling it the place where the dead speak. We thought it was just colorful local folklore. God, I wish we'd paid more attention to those stories. Jonathan was so excited about having the lake house. He worked as a neurologist in Philadelphia, and the stress was getting to him. The lake house was our escape, somewhere we could take the kids on weekends and disconnect. Our son Elliot was 14 then, getting into that sullen teenager phase, and our daughter Meredith was 11, still so curious about everything. The first few weekends were exactly what we needed: swimming, hiking, board games when it rained. Jonathan seemed more relaxed than he had in years. Then came that night in August. I still remember checking the time when I jolted awake, 2:17 in the morning. There were voices coming from our deck, not just murmurs, but what sounded like an actual conversation between multiple people. I shook Jonathan awake, and we both listened, frozen. It sounded like a woman and a child talking, but the words were strange, almost like English, but not quite right, like when you're half asleep and language doesn't process correctly. Jonathan grabbed the baseball bat we kept under the bed and checked the security system on his phone. The camera showed our empty deck. Nothing. No one. But we could still hear them talking. We went through the house checking on the kids, making sure all the doors and windows were locked. The voices continued for almost 20 minutes, then just stopped. We spent the rest of the night wide awake, lights on, waiting for whoever it was to try to break in, but no one did. The next morning, Jonathan reviewed the security footage again. The deck remained empty the entire time, but the audio clearly picked up those voices. We told ourselves it must have been people out on boats, sound carrying across the water. It was the only explanation that made sense. We didn't mention it to the kids. Why frighten them? But that night, I couldn't sleep. I kept listening for those voices to return. The rest of that summer passed without incident, and I nearly convinced myself it had been some weird acoustic anomaly. But the following June, when we returned for our first extended stay, it happened again and again, always between 2 and 3 in the morning. Always the same woman and child, though sometimes there seemed to be others, further away, harder to make out. By the third week, things changed. The voices started incorporating fragments of our own conversations from earlier in the day. I'd hear Meredith's laugh or Elliot asking about dinner, mixed in with those strange, not quite English words. It was as if something was learning from us, piecing together our language. Jonathan started recording everything. He set up additional cameras, audio equipment, even temperature sensors. He'd always been methodical, but this became an obsession. He'd stay up late reviewing the data, making notes. He said it was fascinating from a neurological perspective, how our brains were interpreting these sounds. Then came July 17th. We were all asleep when we heard Meredith screaming for help. Her voice was coming from the dock, crying out, "Mom, Dad, help me, I can't get back." Jonathan and I bolted out of bed and ran to her room first. Thank God we did, because she was there, sound asleep in her bed, but her voice was still calling from the dock. Jonathan grabbed his phone to check the security camera, while I stood in Meredith's doorway, watching her sleeping form, trying to understand how this could be happening. On the camera feed, there was something. A figure at the end of the dock, female-shaped but moving all wrong, like it was underwater even though it was standing in the air. The image glitched and wavered, but I swear it turned toward the camera before the screen went black. We woke the kids and all slept in the living room that night, away from the windows facing the lake. I wanted to leave immediately, but Jonathan convinced me to stay. He needed to understand what was happening. He contacted some colleagues who specialized in acoustic phenomena and parapsychology. "If it's happening to us, it could be happening to others," he said. "As a doctor, I can't just walk away from this." I should have insisted. I should have taken the kids and never looked back. The following spring, Jonathan went up to the lake house alone to open it for the season and set up more sophisticated monitoring equipment. He called me that night, his voice tight with excitement and fear. "Kath, I watched footprints appear on the dock, wet footprints, like someone walking up from the water. There was nothing there, nothing I could see, but the footprints just formed, one after another." He sent me photos, 5 distinct footprints, water darkening the wood of the dock. In the second photo, taken minutes later, a puddle had formed on his bedroom floor in a pattern that looked disturbingly like crude letters. I begged him to come home, but he refused. 2 researchers were driving up to join him the next day, Dr. Elena Vasquez and Dr. Michael Chen. They had equipment that could measure things we couldn't detect on our own. Jonathan was determined to get answers. Against my better judgment, the kids and I joined them in June. The researchers had transformed our peaceful lake house into something resembling a laboratory. There were sensors everywhere, special cameras, audio equipment. They spoke excitedly about breakthrough data and unprecedented phenomena. The first 2 nights were quiet, but on the third night, the familiar voices returned. This time, the researchers were ready. They recorded temperature drops of 15 degrees in specific spots around the house. Their equipment detected sounds at frequencies just beyond normal human hearing. Most disturbing, they found that Elliot and Meredith's brainwave patterns synchronized while they slept, showing identical spikes whenever the voices were at their loudest. Then Meredith started sleepwalking. I woke up around 2:40 to find her bed empty. The front door was open, and I could see her small figure at the end of the dock, looking down into the water. I ran out after her, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. As I got closer, I could hear her talking, not in her sleep, but having an actual conversation with someone. "But how deep is it?" she was asking. I can't hold my breath that long. I couldn't hear the response, but the water around the dock pilings rippled in a way that wasn't from wind or current. "I told you, I can't swim that far," Meredith said, as if responding to something. Then I heard it. A hollow, feminine voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "You won't need to swim." I grabbed Meredith and carried her back to the house, her body limp and unresisting in my arms. The researchers were waiting at the door, their faces pale in the security lights. They'd heard everything through the audio equipment. The next morning, Meredith had no memory of walking to the dock. When we asked what she'd been dreaming about, she said, "The people under the water wanted to show me where they live. They said it's beautiful there, and the light is different." "I packed our bags that day," Jonathan argued, said we were on the verge of documenting something unprecedented, but I wouldn't budge. I took the kids back to Philadelphia that afternoon. Jonathan stayed, along with the researchers. He called every evening, his voice increasingly animated as he described their findings. The lake had structural anomalies at its deepest point, formations that appeared manufactured rather than natural. Their hydrophones picked up regular patterns of sound between 1 and 4 in the morning, patterns that resembled language, but matched no known linguistic structure. "It's like there's a whole civilization down there," he said during our last call, "something ancient or something else entirely." In May 2016, Jonathan went up alone to close the property for a few weeks while he attended a conference. His last message to me was a voice note sent at 2:33 in the morning. "Kath, there are lights moving under the surface. Dozens of them, like lanterns, but they're moving in patterns. The voices are coming from underwater now, not just echoing across it. I can almost understand what they're saying. I'm going down to the dock to record it better. I'll call you in the morning. I love you." He never called. When I couldn't reach him the next day, I called the local police. They found his car, his phone on the dock, and his shoes neatly placed at the dock's edge. There was no sign of Jonathan. They searched for weeks. Dive teams, sonar, dragging operations. Echo Lake is over 300 feet deep in parts, with underwater cave systems that have never been fully mapped. They found nothing. I tried to move on for the kids' sake. We never went back to the lake house. I couldn't bring myself to sell it, but I couldn't bear to see it either. I had a property management company check on it periodically and keep it maintained. In August 2017, 15 months after Jonathan disappeared, I received an automated alert from the security system. Motion had been detected on the lake-facing cameras. When I checked the footage remotely, my world collapsed all over again. It was Jonathan. He was walking up from the lake, his clothes soaked, his movements stiff and uncoordinated. He stood in front of the house for 7 minutes, staring directly at the camera, his face pale and expressionless. His lips were moving, repeating the same phrase over and over. "It isn't what we thought. There's a whole city down there." Then he turned and walked back into the lake. I showed the footage to the police, to search and rescue teams, to anyone who would look. They resumed the search, this time with more advanced equipment. They found unusual formations at the bottom of the lake, structures that didn't appear natural, regular patterns that suggested buildings, roads, something constructed. I consulted paranormal researchers, geologists, anyone who might help make sense of what was happening. A researcher named David Lanier became particularly interested. He spent months studying the lake, setting up permanent monitoring equipment. In 2019, Lanier disappeared the same way Jonathan had. The last footage from his equipment showed him standing on the dock at night, looking down at lights moving beneath the surface, nodding as if responding to questions no one else could hear. His final recorded words were, "Yes, I understand. I'll come see for myself." Then he calmly removed his glasses, placed them on the dock, and dove into the black water. I kept the lake house secured and empty. The security cameras remained active, uploading to cloud storage that I couldn't bring myself to check more than once a month. 6 years after Jonathan vanished, I received another motion alert. With trembling hands, I opened the footage. 3 figures were emerging from the lake. One was Jonathan. One looked like me, though somehow wrong. My proportions slightly off, my movements too fluid, and the third was unmistakably Elliot, now 20 years old, but as he would have looked if he'd stayed the 14-year-old boy who last visited the lake. They stood facing the house for 12 minutes, completely still except for slight swaying movements, as if they remained partially subject to the physics of underwater movement despite being on land. Then, with perfect synchronization, they turned and walked back into the water. I haven't told Elliot or Meredith about this footage. How could I? Elliot is in college now, studying marine biology of all things. Meredith is 17, applying to schools, focused on her future. They've both been through enough. But I can't stop thinking about what Jonathan said. A whole city down there, and sometimes late at night, I swear I can hear that hollow feminine voice, even though I'm hundreds of miles from Echo Lake. You won't need to swim. I don't know what's down there. I don't know if it's something ancient that's always been there or something else entirely. But I know it's waiting, and I know that someday I'll have to go back and find out what happened to my husband, because sometimes when I dream, I see that city, and in my dreams, I'm already there. Story 17. I've always known something was wrong with my family. Not in the way most teens think their families are messed up. This is different. There's something dark that follows us, haunts us, and has done so for generations. I'm Amara, 15 years old, and I'm starting to think I might be next in line to inherit whatever curse has plagued my mother, my grandmother, and who knows how many others before them. Mom grew up in Ethiopia. When I was younger, she'd tell me stories about her homeland that made it sound magical, the mountains, the festivals, the food. But as I got older, she started revealing the other side of her childhood, the part she kept hidden. She's seen things since she was a little girl. Demons that lurked in corners, ghosts that whispered in the dark, and nights where she'd wake up paralyzed, unable to move while something heavy sat on her chest, staring down at her. When we moved to Shadowvale 3 years ago, I thought maybe things would be different. It's this quiet American suburb where nothing ever happens. Perfect lawns, neighborhood barbecues, kids riding bikes, normal stuff. But the curse, or whatever it is, followed us here too. The headaches are the most consistent thing. Mom gets them, I get them, my little brother gets them. Drilling pain that feels like something is trying to split our skulls open from the inside. They come at least twice a week, sometimes more. Doctors have run tests, prescribed medications, suggested everything from diet changes to meditation. Nothing works. Last night was the worst it's ever been for me. I'd been feeling off all day, that heavy feeling in my chest that usually comes before a depressive episode. I've had depression since I was 12, but these episodes feel different. Like they're not completely mine. Like something else is pulling me down into darkness. I went to bed early, around 9. My bedroom is at the end of the hall upstairs, and I always sleep with the door closed and locked. Mom doesn't like that I lock it, but after what happened when I was 7, I can't sleep with it unlocked. I'll get to that later. I fell asleep quickly, which was unusual. Normally, I toss and turn for hours, especially when I'm having one of my episodes. The dream started almost immediately. I was in my room, but it wasn't quite right. The shadows were deeper, stretching across the ceiling and walls like living things. My bed felt like it was sinking, like I was being slowly swallowed by my mattress. That's when I heard it. The whispering. It always starts the same way, soft, almost inaudible at first, like someone's lips are just barely moving near my ear. I can never make out what it's saying at first, just the sound of it, slithering into my ear canal like something physical. Last night, though, it was louder than ever before, clearer. "Let me in, Amara," it whispered, its voice like dry leaves scraping against concrete. "Let me in. I've been waiting so long. It's your turn now." I tried to wake up. I always try to wake up, but it's like my body weighs 1,000 pounds in these dreams. I can't move, can't scream, can't even open my eyes fully. I could only lie there as the whispering got louder, more insistent. Your mother couldn't keep me away from you forever. Your grandmother couldn't protect your mother either. It's been this way for generations, Amara. Let me in. Make it easier on yourself. The worst part is the feeling of something touching me during these dreams. Last night I felt cold, dry fingers trailing up my arm, across my collarbone, and finally resting on my throat. Not squeezing, just resting there, a promise, a threat. When I finally woke up, I was soaked in sweat. My pajamas were sticking to my skin, and my sheets were drenched. My entire body ached like I'd been running for hours. The clock said 3:33 in the morning, always the same time. Every single time I have one of these dreams, I wake up at exactly 3:33. I got up to change my clothes, and that's when I noticed the scratches on my arms. 3 long, thin scratches from my shoulder to my elbow. They weren't deep, but they were definitely fresh. I hadn't done it to myself. I keep my nails cut short because I play violin. I sat on the edge of my bed for a long time, afraid to go back to sleep. That's when I decided I needed to understand what's happening to me, to my family. I've been piecing things together over the years, things Mom has let slip, conversations I've overheard, my own experiences, but last night pushed me over the edge. I need answers. Mom doesn't like talking about any of this. She thinks ignoring it will make it go away, or at least keep it from getting worse. But last month, her friend Makeda visited us from Minneapolis. Makeda is like an aunt to me. She and Mom grew up together in Ethiopia. I overheard them talking late one night. Makeda had just returned from Sudan, where she'd consulted with some kind of spiritual healer about our family. According to what I heard, our family line, Mom's side, has been cursed for generations. But that's not all. The healer told Makeda that Mom specifically has been cursed by 4 different people. 4 separate curses, all piled on top of the generational one. No wonder she's been suffering her whole life. When I asked Mom about it the next day, she broke down crying. She never cries, so I knew it was serious. She told me something she'd never shared before. The night after I was born, her first night with me in the hospital, she had a dream. She saw a figure, not human, not animal, something else entirely, crawling across the ceiling of her hospital room. It moved in jerky, unnatural ways, like its joints bent in directions they shouldn't. In her dream, it crawled down the wall and across the floor to my bassinet. It reached one long, gnarled finger out and touched my forehead, then turned to look at her with what she described as eyes like burning coals, and smiled with too many teeth. "It's marked her," it said in her dream. "She's ours when she's ready." Mom woke up screaming, and the nurses rushed in. They assumed it was just postpartum anxiety or hormones. But Mom knew better. She'd seen things like this before. This explains something I've always wondered about. When I was around 7 years old, I started seeing something in Mom's bedroom closet. Every time I went in there, I felt like something was watching me from inside. One night I woke up needing to use the bathroom. I was too scared to go alone, so I went to wake Mom. When I walked into her room, the closet door was open just a crack, and there were eyes staring at me from the darkness. Not human eyes. They were huge, glowing red, and there were too many of them. I screamed and Mom woke up. She saw my terror and tried to calm me down, telling me it was just a bad dream. She took me to the bathroom herself, but as we walked down the hallway, I looked back over my shoulder. Something was following us. It was tall, impossibly tall, its head nearly touching our 8-foot ceiling. It was thin, like someone had stretched a normal person until they were almost breaking, and it was completely black, not like African American black, but like a hole in reality, absorbing all light around it. Those same red eyes were fixed on me, and it was reaching out one impossibly long arm toward us. I tried to tell Mom, but she couldn't see it, or maybe she pretended not to. After that night, I started locking my bedroom door. The headaches started soon after. First just occasional, now constant. My brother started getting them too when he turned 5. Mom says it's normal, that migraines run in the family. But these don't feel like normal headaches. They feel like something is trying to get in. I've done research online, trying to understand what's happening to us. I've read about generational curses in different cultures. In Ethiopian tradition, curses can be passed down through bloodlines, affecting each new generation. But most of what I find online feels fake or watered down. Nothing that matches what we're experiencing. Last week, I tried something dangerous. After one of my dreams, I decided to try to communicate with whatever is haunting me. I know it sounds stupid, but I was desperate. I sat in the middle of my room, closed my eyes, and said out loud, "What do you want from me?" For a long time, nothing happened. Then the temperature in my room dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath. My desk lamp flickered, then went out completely, even though it was plugged in. And that voice, the same one from my dreams, whispered directly into my ear, "Everything." I didn't sleep for 2 days after that. Yesterday, things escalated even further. I was home alone after school. Mom was at work, and my brother was at a friend's house. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when I heard footsteps upstairs, heavy footsteps moving from one end of the hallway to the other, right above me. I froze, the knife still in my hand. We don't have pets. There shouldn't have been anyone up there. The footsteps stopped right above where I was standing. Then came a loud thud, like something heavy had dropped on the floor. I should have run. I should have left the house, called someone, anything but what I did. But something pulled me toward those stairs. It was like I wasn't completely in control of my own body. I walked up the stairs slowly, the knife still clutched in my hand. The upstairs hallway was empty, but all the doors were closed, including my bedroom door, which I always leave open when I'm not in there. As I stood there, all the doors in the hallway slowly opened at once. Not quickly, not violently, just slowly swung open as if someone was gently pushing each one, but there was nobody there. I walked to my room, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The door was open now, but the room beyond was pitch black, even though it was only 4 in the afternoon and my curtains are thin. I stood in the doorway, unable to see anything in that unnatural darkness. "What do you want?" I asked again, my voice barely a whisper. The darkness shifted. I can't explain it better than that. It moved like something alive, swirling and condensing into a vaguely human shape in the center of my room. 2 red pinpricks appeared where eyes would be. "You," it said, the voice coming from everywhere and nowhere, "just like I wanted your mother and her mother before her. But you, Amara, you're special. You can hear me more clearly than they ever could." I backed away, but the darkness followed, seeping out into the hallway. "Why us?" I managed to ask. "Why our family?" The thing made a sound like laughter, but wrong, distorted. "Because one of your ancestors made a deal, power in exchange for the firstborn daughter of each generation. But your grandmother cheated. She hid your mother away in a church as a child. Your mother tried to do the same with you, but I found you anyway." I kept backing up until I hit the wall. The knife in my hand suddenly felt useless, pathetic. "What deal? Who made it?" The darkness moved closer. "Your great-great-grandmother. She wanted to save her village from a drought. She succeeded. The price was her daughter, and her daughter's daughter, and on. But your grandmother broke the chain when she hid your mother, and now the debt has grown. 4 curses on your mother for her defiance, and you, Amara, you'll pay the heaviest price of all." I felt something cold touch my cheek, like fingers but not quite solid. "Unless you let me in willingly. Then I can make the pain stop, the headaches, the nightmares, all of it. Just let me in." I don't remember what happened next. I must have passed out. I woke up in my bed, still in my clothes from yesterday. The knife was on my nightstand. There were 5 missed calls from Mom on my phone. When she got home, I tried to tell her what happened, but she just got this look on her face, part fear, part resignation. "Don't talk about it," she said. "Talking about it makes it stronger. But I can't stay silent anymore. The scratches on my arm have turned into weird symbols overnight. The headache I have right now is so bad I can barely see straight. And just before I started writing this, I saw that figure standing in the corner of my room watching me. Not hiding anymore, just watching. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to fight something that's been haunting my family for generations. I don't know how to break a curse that's older than I am. All I know is that tonight when I go to sleep, it'll be waiting for me, and I'm terrified that one of these nights I might say yes. I might let it in, just to make the pain stop. If anyone has experienced anything like this, please help me. I don't think I have much time left before... Wait, something's at my window. Those red eyes, staring in at me. But I'm on the second floor. There's nothing out there but empty air. It's smiling at me. Oh God, it's smiling at me with those... Story 18. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar in those mountains. Maybe I'm not crazy after all. Last summer, June of 2021 to be exact, I took what was supposed to be a rejuvenating solo hike in the Sierra Nevada. I've been mountaineering for over 15 years, done trails across 3 continents, and never once felt uncomfortable in the wilderness. But what happened on that trip? I still can't explain it. I arrived at the trailhead around 7 in the morning. The parking lot was nearly empty, just 2 other cars. Perfect. I was looking forward to solitude, to clearing my head after months of being stuck inside during the pandemic. The weather was ideal. Clear skies, about 65 degrees, with a light breeze rustling through the pines. I remember feeling so alive as I shouldered my pack and hit the trail. The first few hours were exactly what I needed. The path wound through dense forests of towering pines and firs, occasionally opening into meadows bursting with wildflowers. I stopped several times to photograph purple lupines and bright orange California poppies. I even saw a mule deer and her fawn grazing about 50 yards off the trail. They watched me calmly before disappearing into the trees. Around noon, I reached a small stream where I stopped for lunch. Sitting on a sun-warmed rock, I pulled out my sandwich and trail mix, feeling completely at peace. That's when I noticed something odd. The birds had stopped singing, not gradually, but all at once, like someone had flipped a switch. The forest was suddenly unnaturally quiet. I've experienced this before. It usually means a predator is nearby, maybe a mountain lion or bear. I scanned the area but saw nothing unusual. Still, I packed up quickly and continued hiking, keeping alert. As I climbed higher, the silence persisted. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, not even the buzzing of insects. Just the sound of my boots on the trail and my own breathing. It felt like the mountains themselves were holding their breath. By late afternoon, I reached Alpine Lake, a stunning body of clear water nestled between granite cliffs. According to my map, this was about 12 miles from the trailhead. I found a flat rock overlooking the water and sat down to rest my legs and take in the view. That's when I felt it for the first time, the distinct sensation of being watched. You know that feeling when the hairs on the back of your neck stand up? It was exactly like that, but more intense. I spun around, expecting to see another hiker, but there was no one there, just trees and rocks and the silent mountains. I told myself I was being paranoid, spent too much time alone during quarantine maybe, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I decided to find a camping spot and set up before dark. About half a mile from the lake, I discovered a small clearing that seemed perfect. Flat ground, nearby water source, and a natural stone fire ring suggesting others had camped there before. Setting up camp was routine. I pitched my tent, collected firewood, and filtered water from a nearby stream. As darkness approached, I got a small fire going and heated my freeze-dried pasta. Everything felt normal again. The stars came out, brilliant and countless in the clear mountain air, and I even started to enjoy myself again. That changed when the sun disappeared completely. It was like the forest transformed. The darkness between the trees seemed thicker somehow, more absolute. My headlamp barely penetrated it. And that's when I first heard them, the whispers. At first, I thought it was just the wind through the trees or the crackling of my dying campfire. But as I listened, I realized these sounds had structure, cadence. They sounded like human voices, just on the edge of comprehension. I couldn't make out words exactly, but they seemed to be calling to me. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe there were hikers nearby setting up camp. My voice sounded thin and small in the vast darkness. No one answered, at least not directly, but the whispers intensified, coming from all directions at once. I'm not ashamed to admit I was scared. I've spent countless nights alone in the wilderness, but this was different. This wasn't the normal fear of wildlife or getting lost. This was primal, instinctive terror. Something was wrong in these mountains. I retreated to my tent, zipping the door shut as if thin nylon could protect me from whatever was out there. Inside my sleeping bag, I put in my earbuds and played music, trying to drown out the whispers. It didn't help much. Somehow they cut through the music, becoming more distinct. They sounded like pleas for help, like lost hikers calling out. "Help us," they seemed to say. "Come find us." Sometimes they sounded like children, sometimes like old men and women. Different voices, all desperate. I must have eventually fallen asleep from pure exhaustion, because the next thing I remember was jerking awake around midnight to a loud crash outside my tent. It sounded like something heavy had fallen or been thrown nearby. Heart pounding, I grabbed my flashlight and knife before slowly unzipping the tent. The campfire had died to embers, casting a faint red glow over the clearing. I swept my flashlight beam across the area but saw nothing unusual. No knocked-over gear, no animal tracks, nothing to explain the noise. The whispers had stopped, at least. The forest was dead silent again. I crawled back into my tent, exhausted but wide awake, listening intently to the silence until the first gray light of dawn appeared. I've never packed up camp so quickly. My hands were shaking as I stuffed my sleeping bag into its compression sack and collapsed my tent. I didn't even bother with breakfast, just choked down a protein bar and filled my water bottles. I needed to get back to civilization, back to normal sounds and normal people. The trail seemed different in the morning light. Had I taken a wrong turn? The path looked narrower, less worn than I remembered. I pulled out my map and compass, trying to orient myself. According to my GPS, I was still on the main trail, but something felt off. The landmarks didn't quite match up. As the sun climbed higher, I became increasingly disoriented. The trail twisted and turned in ways that didn't make sense. Shouldn't I be heading downhill by now? Why was I moving deeper into the mountains? I stopped repeatedly to check my map, but it was like the landscape itself had shifted overnight. That's when the whispers returned. In broad daylight, they were even more unsettling. They seemed to come from just behind the nearest trees, always just out of sight. And now they were clearer, more purposeful. "This way," they seemed to say. "Follow us." The voices had a pull to them, almost hypnotic. I'm still not sure why I did it. Maybe from exhaustion or fear or simple desperation to find my way out, but I started following the whispers. They led me off the main trail onto a barely visible game path that wound between ancient, gnarled trees covered in thick moss. The forest grew denser, darker, the canopy blocking most of the sunlight. After about 20 minutes of walking, I emerged into a small clearing, and there it was, a cabin. Not some modern ranger station or recreational cabin, but an old, weathered structure that looked like it had stood for a century. The logs were gray with age, the small windows cloudy and cracked. A thick carpet of moss covered most of the roof. The whispers urged me forward. "Look inside," they seemed to say. "We're waiting." Every instinct told me to turn around, to run back the way I came, but something stronger pulled me toward that cabin. I approached slowly, the dried leaves crunching beneath my boots. The small porch creaked under my weight. The door hung slightly ajar, as if inviting me in. I pushed it open with the tip of my trekking pole. The interior was a single room, dimly lit by the sunlight filtering through the dirty windows. A rusty cast-iron stove stood in one corner. A crude wooden table and chair occupied the center. But what made my blood run cold were the photographs. They covered one entire wall of the cabin. Dozens, maybe hundreds of them. Old black and white photos alongside modern color prints. They showed hikers, campers, families on vacation, all seemingly taken in these mountains. But in each photo, if you looked closely, there were dark figures lurking in the backgrounds, shadowy silhouettes watching from between trees or behind rocks. Some photos had handwritten dates going back to the 1920s. With shaking hands, I stepped closer to examine them. That's when I noticed something that made my heart nearly stop, a photo that couldn't possibly exist. It showed me from earlier that day, sitting on the rock by Alpine Lake, and behind me, barely visible among the trees, was a tall, emaciated figure, its face a blur of darkness. The whispers suddenly crescendoed into screams, not of pain, but of triumph. The cabin seemed to darken as shadows gathered in the corners, stretching toward me like grasping hands. I ran. I didn't think, didn't plan, just burst through the door and ran as fast as my legs would carry me. Branches whipped at my face, roots tried to trip me, but I didn't slow down. The forest itself seemed alive and hostile, reaching for me as I fled. I don't know how long I ran or how I found my way back. All I remember is suddenly bursting out onto the main trail, gasping for breath in the sudden bright sunlight. My pack was half open, gear missing, my water bottles empty. My GPS showed I was somehow only 2 miles from the trailhead, though that should have been impossible given where I'd camped. When I reached my car, I collapsed against the hood, trembling so hard I couldn't get the key into the lock at first. Other hikers in the parking lot stared at me, this wild-eyed man with scratched face and torn clothes, but no one approached. I drove away from those mountains and haven't been back since. I've tried researching the history of that area, looking for stories of missing hikers or mysterious cabins, but found nothing definitive. Just vague local legends about the lost ones who roam the high country. The whispers still come sometimes in my dreams, calling me back to the mountains, to the cabin with its wall of photographs. Sometimes I wonder if my photo is still there, a warning to others who might wander too far from the trail, or if there's a new empty space waiting for the picture of the next person who hears the whispers in Sierra Nevada. Story 19. I've been debating whether to share this for years. It's been 15 years and I still wake up in cold sweat sometimes. I'm only writing this now because maybe it'll help someone else stay safe. Back in 2008, I was 28 and working as a software engineer in Seattle. My job was stressful, endless debugging, tight deadlines, the usual tech grind. To decompress, I'd escape to the wilderness on weekends. I'd been hiking and camping solo for years and considered myself pretty experienced. I always had the right gear, left detailed plans with friends, carried bear spray, the works. I never felt unsafe in the woods, until that night in Olympic National Park. It was early October and I'd planned a 3-day solo trip near the Hoh River. The weather forecast looked perfect, crisp fall temperatures with minimal chance of rain. I'd been looking forward to this getaway for weeks. After a particularly brutal sprint at work, I needed the solitude. I arrived at the trailhead around noon on Friday. The parking area was nearly empty, just 2 other cars. I remember feeling that little surge of excitement as I shouldered my pack. The trail was gorgeous, massive old-growth trees draped in moss, that earthy smell of decomposing leaves, and the constant white noise of the river in the distance. I hiked about 7 miles in, taking my time, snapping photos of mushrooms and nurse logs. I found a perfect little clearing for my campsite around 4 in the afternoon. It was set back from the main trail, nestled among towering cedars with a small stream nearby. The spot was sheltered but with enough of a clearing to see stars if the clouds parted. I meticulously set up my tent, gathered firewood, hung my food bag from a tree branch, away from bears, and settled in. As the daylight faded, I cooked a simple dinner on my camp stove, instant pasta with tuna mixed in. I still remember that meal so clearly. I sat on a fallen log, watching the forest grow darker, feeling that peaceful disconnection from the digital world. I cleaned everything thoroughly to avoid attracting wildlife and tucked my toiletries into my bear bag. Darkness fell completely around 7:30, and I climbed into my tent with my headlamp, paperback novel, and journal. I planned to read for a bit before sleeping. The forest was alive with normal nighttime sounds, the occasional hoot of an owl rustling leaves, the gurgle of the stream, nothing concerning. Around 9, I first noticed something off. Footsteps, not animal footsteps, the distinct sound of human boots on forest floor deliberately placed. They seemed to circle my campsite, staying just at the edge of where my headlamp's beam would reach if I poked my head out. "Hello?" I called out, thinking it might be a park ranger or another hiker. No response. The footsteps stopped when I called out, then resumed a few minutes later, just circling my tent. My heart rate picked up. I told myself it was probably just another camper looking for a spot, or maybe checking if I was awake before approaching to ask a question. "Hey there, I'm awake if you need something," I called, trying to sound casual despite my growing unease. Again, silence. Then the footsteps continued, more slowly now, more deliberately. I checked my phone. No service, as expected. I dug my bear spray out of my pack and placed it beside my sleeping bag, along with my pocket knife and emergency whistle. Just precautions, I told myself. Nothing to panic about. Around 10:30, the footsteps finally stopped. I lay awake listening for another half hour, but the forest had returned to its normal nighttime sounds. I eventually drifted into an uneasy sleep, exhausted from the hike and the stress. I jolted awake sometime around 2 in the morning. Something had changed. The forest was too quiet, and there was a light, a flashlight beam sweeping across my tent from outside. "I've been watching you," a male voice said calmly from the darkness, not yelling, not threatening, almost conversational. That made it so much worse. I froze, my blood turning to ice. The voice continued. "You parked your blue Subaru at the North Trailhead, license plate WXY-287. You're wearing a red backpack with a broken clip on the left strap. You ate pasta with tuna for dinner. You read for 43 minutes before turning off your light." My body was rigid with fear. He'd been watching me for hours, all day even, and he was telling me this so I'd know, so I'd be afraid. "What do you want?" I managed to ask, my voice barely a whisper. "Just to talk, Meredith." He knew my name. Had he gone through my belongings while I was away from camp, or worse? Had he been following me before this trip? My mind raced. I was at least 7 miles from the trailhead, miles from any help, no cell service, no other campers nearby that I knew of. "I'm coming in now," he said. That snapped me out of my paralysis. I grabbed my whistle and blew 3 sharp blasts, the universal distress signal in the wilderness. "I have a weapon," I lied, clutching my pocket knife, "and I radioed the rangers before setting up camp. They know exactly where I am and check in every few hours." Another lie, but I was desperate. The light outside my tent wavered. There was a long pause. "No, you didn't," he finally said, but there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. I blew the whistle again, 3 more piercing blasts. "They'll hear this. They patrol at night." I heard him back away, muttering something I couldn't make out. Then silence. The light disappeared. I sat awake, knife in one hand, bear spray in the other, for what felt like an eternity. Every muscle in my body was tense, listening for any sound of his return. I didn't dare turn on my headlamp. I didn't dare move. The minutes crawled by in the darkness. After about 2 hours, when I'd almost convinced myself he was gone, I heard it. A faint sound behind my tent, a whisper of movement, then the unmistakable sound of fabric being cut. He was slicing through the back of my tent. Pure adrenaline took over. I didn't think. I just moved. I lunged for the tent door, unzipped it in one frantic motion, and burst outside. I clicked on my headlamp and ran. I had no plan except to get away. I heard him shout behind me, heard him stumbling after me. I ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. My headlamp bounced wildly, creating disorienting shadows. I ran off trail, changing directions frequently, splashing through the small stream to hopefully throw him off. I don't know how long I ran, maybe 15 minutes, maybe 30. Eventually, I killed my headlamp and stopped to listen. Heavy breathing in the distance. He was still looking for me, but he'd lost my trail. I crept forward in the darkness, feeling my way until I found a massive fallen tree with a rotted-out center. I crawled inside, wedging myself as far back as possible. The space was tight, smelled of damp earth and mushrooms, but it felt like salvation. I curled into a ball, trying to control my breathing, trying not to make a sound. Throughout the night I heard him calling, sometimes close, sometimes distant, sometimes angry, sometimes using a sing-song voice like we were playing some twisted game of hide-and-seek. "Mary Edith, I just want to talk, Meredith." I stayed hidden in that log for hours, shivering from cold and fear, fighting the urge to sleep, fighting the cramps in my legs. I've never experienced such pure, unfiltered terror, the absolute certainty that if he found me, something unimaginably horrible would happen. As the first gray light of dawn filtered through the forest, the calling stopped. I waited another hour until the forest was fully light, before crawling out of my hiding place. My body was stiff, my face scratched from branches, my clothes damp with dew and sweat. I had no idea where I was. I'd run blindly in the darkness, and now I was lost. I still had my headlamp and the pocket knife I'd clutched all night. No water, no food, no map. I decided to head downhill, hoping to find the river and follow it to the trail. After about an hour of careful navigation, I stumbled onto a different trail than the one I'd been on. And there, like a miracle, was a hiking couple, early birds on the trail. They could tell something was wrong immediately. My torn clothes, wild eyes, the fact that I was alone without a pack. They gave me water and an energy bar while I tried to explain what happened. The woman held my hand while the man checked the trail ahead and behind us. They had a satellite phone and called for help. Rangers met us on the trail 2 hours later. They escorted us to the trailhead and took my statement. 2 rangers went to my campsite to investigate and retrieve my gear. When they returned, their faces were grim. My tent had been slashed open from behind. My backpack had been emptied, contents scattered. Some items were missing: my driver's license, a hair tie, a photo of me that had been tucked in my journal, my spare t-shirt. The rangers searched the area but found no useful evidence. They took it seriously, filed reports, but without more to go on, there wasn't much they could do. I tried to put it behind me. I told myself it was a random, terrifying encounter, but it was over. I was safe now. 3 weeks later, a small package arrived at my apartment. No return address. Inside was my driver's license, just my driver's license. He knew where I lived. I moved within the week, changed my phone number, took a leave of absence from work, filed police reports that went nowhere, spent months looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows, sleeping with lights on and furniture barricaded against my doors. It's been 15 years and no one ever identified who he was. I never received another package. Nothing else ever happened. But that night changed me forever. I couldn't set foot in a forest for years. I never camped alone again. Eventually, I channeled my fear into action, volunteering to teach wilderness safety workshops, particularly for women hiking solo. I still go into the woods, but never alone. I still wake up sometimes, heart pounding, convinced I hear that calm voice outside my bedroom. "I've been watching you. Trust your instincts. Be prepared. Tell people where you're going." And sometimes, even when you do everything right, the unthinkable still happens. I'm sharing this now because staying silent doesn't help anyone. If my story makes even one person more cautious, more prepared, then reliving it was worth it. Story 20. I still don't sleep well when it's foggy outside. It's been 8 months since that night on Highway 16. But every time mist rolls in, I find myself checking and double-checking that my doors are locked. I've never told this story to anyone except my therapist, who suggested I write it down as some kind of exposure therapy. So here goes. Back in October last year, my mom had a pretty serious heart attack. She pulled through, thank God, but she had to stay at Mercy General for about 2 weeks. I was visiting her almost daily, which meant a lot of late-night drives since I could only go after work. Mercy General is about 40 miles from where I live, and the most direct route is Highway 16, this winding 2-lane road that cuts through Blackwood Forest. On this particular night, October 24th, I'd stayed later than usual. Mom was having a rough day, and I didn't want to leave until she fell asleep. It was nearly 11 at night when I finally left the hospital. The temperature had dropped into the low 30s, and this thick fog had started to settle in. The kind that swallows your headlights and makes you lean forward in your seat, squinting at what little road you can see. I remember thinking I should have taken the longer route through town, but I was exhausted and just wanted to get home. Highway 16 was completely deserted, not a single car in either direction. The only sound was my tires on the pavement and the occasional ping of my engine cooling. My high beams were basically useless. They just created this white wall of reflected light, so I had switched to low beams and slowed to about 30 miles per hour. I was about 20 minutes into the drive when I first noticed the light. It was just a faint glow at first, barely visible through the trees to my right. I assumed it was a house light or maybe even a campfire, though camping in these woods in late October seemed strange. As I continued driving, the light seemed to be moving parallel to the road. That's when I realized it wasn't stationary. It was keeping pace with my car. I slowed down, and the light slowed too. I sped up slightly, and so did the light. I'm not typically the curious type, especially alone at night, but something about that light felt compelling. I can't explain it any better than that. Before I really thought it through, I was pulling onto the shoulder, the gravel crunching under my tires. I sat there for a minute with the engine running, watching the light through the trees. It had stopped when I did, hovering maybe 100 yards into the forest. It was flickering gently, like a lantern or a candle. Something about it felt almost inviting. I grabbed my phone and the small flashlight I keep in my glove compartment. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this was a terrible idea, but I felt drawn to that light in a way I still can't explain. I remember thinking it might be someone in trouble, a lost hiker maybe. When I stepped out of my car, the silence hit me first. If you've ever been in deep woods at night, you know there's usually some ambient noise, insects, wind in the trees, something. But there was absolutely nothing. The fog dampened everything to an unnatural stillness that made the hair on my arms stand up. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding muffled in the thick air. "Is someone there? Do you need help?" No answer, but the light paused its gentle swaying for a moment, as if whoever was holding it had stopped to listen. Then it moved again, a bit deeper into the woods. It really did seem like it was waiting for me. I clicked on my flashlight and locked my car. The beam barely penetrated the fog, illuminating maybe 10 feet ahead of me. I followed the distant light, stepping carefully over fallen branches and pushing through underbrush. The ground felt strange beneath my feet, not like normal forest floor. It was too smooth, almost powdery, like walking on fine ash. My shoes left clear impressions that seemed to fill with shadow behind me. The air smelled wrong too. There was the usual earthy scent of a forest, but underneath was something metallic and sharp, like copper and ozone mixed together. It made my nose burn and my eyes water slightly. I'd been walking for maybe 5 minutes when I heard it, a voice calling from somewhere deeper in the woods past the light I was following. It was faint but urgent. "Help, please." At least that's what I thought I heard. The fog seemed to distort the sound, making it impossible to tell which direction it was coming from. I stopped and called out again, "I'm here, where are you?" That's when the light changed. It had been moving slowly, almost floating, but suddenly it jerked and started coming toward me, fast. And as it got closer, I could see there was something behind it, something tall and thin, moving with these jerky, unnatural motions. Every instinct in my body screamed, "Danger!" I turned and ran. The fog had gotten even thicker, and I could barely see where I was going. I tripped over roots and crashed through bushes, branches scratching my face and hands. I could hear footsteps behind me. heavy, deliberate, and way too fast. Whatever was following me was keeping pace effortlessly, even gaining on me. The worst part was the breathing, this raspy, wet sound that seemed to be getting closer to my ear. I didn't dare look back. I just ran, desperate to find my way back to the road. I don't know how I found my way back to my car. Pure luck, I guess. Or maybe some subconscious breadcrumb trail I'd left in my mind. When I burst out of the tree line, my car was there, about 20 yards down the shoulder from where I'd entered the woods. I sprinted to it, fumbling with my keys, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hit the unlock button. Just as I yanked the door open, I made the mistake of looking back. It was standing at the edge of the woods. I say it because whatever I saw wasn't human, couldn't be human. It was impossibly tall, at least 7 feet, with limbs that were too long and too thin for its body. Its head was tilted at an angle that would snap a normal neck, and though I couldn't make out a face in the fog, I could feel it watching me. In one elongated hand, it held what looked like an old-fashioned lantern, but the light inside was flickering wildly now, pulsing like a frantic heartbeat. I threw myself into my car, slammed the door, and locked it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life and I floored it, tires spinning on the gravel before catching and launching me back onto the highway. In my rearview mirror, I could see the figure step onto the road, the lantern raised high. It just stood there, watching as I sped away until the fog swallowed it from view. I drove home well over the speed limit, convinced the whole time that something was following me. When I finally got home, I double-locked my doors and sat up all night with all the lights on, jumping at every sound. For weeks afterward, I felt watched. I'd catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. Sometimes at night, I'd wake up suddenly, certain someone was standing in the corner of my room. I changed my route to the hospital, taking the longer way through town, adding almost 40 minutes to my drive just to avoid Highway 16. My mom got better and was released from the hospital in early November. I told her I was having trouble sleeping but blamed it on work stress. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what really happened. What would I even say? That I followed a mysterious light into the woods and was chased by some kind of monster? It sounds insane even now as I type it, but the feeling of being watched never really went away. In December, I made the decision to move. I found a job in a city about 200 miles away and was gone by New Year's. I thought a fresh start would help me forget what happened. It didn't. 3 weeks after I moved, we had our first foggy night. I was getting ready for bed when I noticed a faint glow outside my bedroom window. My apartment is on the 3rd floor, and there's nothing but an empty lot behind the building. But there it was, a light swaying gently in the fog, right at the edge of the tree line that borders the lot. I watched it for hours, afraid to look away. It never moved closer, just stayed there, flickering patiently, as if waiting for me to come out, as if it knew I would eventually. It's happened 4 more times since then, always on foggy nights. I've moved twice more, but it doesn't matter. It finds me. Last night was foggy. I closed all my blinds and tried to sleep. But around 3 in the morning, I noticed a faint glow seeping through the edges of my window. I didn't look. I couldn't. But I know it was there, waiting. I don't know what it wants or why it chose me. All I know is that I can never go back to those woods, and I dread the forecast every single day, praying for clear skies. Because when the fog rolls in, so does the light, and one day, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist following it again. If you're ever driving on Highway 16 on a foggy night and see a light in the woods, please just keep driving. Don't stop, don't look, and whatever you do, don't follow it, because I think it's still hungry. Story 21. I still get goosebumps typing this out, but I need to share what happened to me 7 years ago. I've kept it to myself for too long, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. When I was 18, my mom sent me to Manila to reconnect with my roots while finishing high school. What she really meant was that I was getting too rebellious in the States, and she hoped my stricter Filipino relatives would straighten me out. So there I was, shipped off to live with my aunts in this American missionary campus that had been around since forever. The campus itself was beautiful but eerie. All these old colonial buildings from the early 1900s that had been converted into offices, churches, and homes. My Aunt Miriam was a pastor who worked with international missionaries, and we lived in this two-story concrete building with high ceilings and thick walls, the kind of place where you could feel the history seeping through the cracks. Aunt Miriam was the strictest of my relatives. No makeup, no short skirts, and absolutely no dating until I was of age, whatever that meant. I had to be home by 6 every evening, and my phone was checked regularly. It was suffocating for someone who had grown used to a certain level of freedom. About 3 months into my stay, I met Daniel at a campus youth group event. He was the son of another pastor who lived in the apartment directly above ours. Daniel was different from the other missionary kids. He had this rebellious streak behind his good boy facade that I instantly connected with. We started talking in secret, sending notes and meeting in hidden corners of the campus between classes. Eventually, we developed this routine where he would come to my window around 1 in the morning a few times a week. My bedroom window faced the back of the building where there was just a small garden and a fence, so no one could see us. I'd crack the window open and we'd whisper for hours about everything and nothing. It was the highlight of my dreary existence there. On this particular night in October, I remember because the campus had just put up some early Christmas decorations. Filipinos start Christmas in September. I was waiting for Daniel. We had planned to meet at our usual time, around 1:30 in the morning. My room was next to my Aunt Miriam's, and I needed to make sure she was asleep before signaling Daniel. I had this trick where I'd press a glass against the wall between our rooms to amplify any sounds. Usually I'd hear nothing or maybe some light snoring, and then I'd feel safe to text Daniel to come over. But that night was different. When I pressed the glass against the wall, I didn't hear silence. Instead, there was this low murmuring. At first, I thought maybe my aunt had left the radio on, but as I listened more carefully, I could make out 2 distinct female voices. They were having what sounded like a conversation. The rhythm of it was unmistakable, with pauses and responses. Curious and a bit concerned, was my aunt onto me? I put the glass down and pressed my ear directly against the wall for better clarity. The voices became clearer, and I could definitely tell there were 2 women talking. But here's where it gets weird. I couldn't understand a single word they were saying, not one. I'm fluent in both Tagalog and English. My aunt spoke both, plus a bit of Spanish from her missionary work. But this wasn't any of those languages. It wasn't even remotely familiar. The sound of it sent these ice-cold shivers down my spine. The language had this rhythmic quality, almost like a chant, but still conversational. It reminded me a little of Latin, which I'd heard in some of the older church services, but it definitely wasn't Latin. It had these guttural sounds that made my skin crawl, mixed with softer, almost melodic passages. The way the sounds vibrated through the wall and into my ear created this physical sensation I can still feel when I think about it, like the words themselves were somehow heavy and ancient. I stood there listening for what must have been 10 or 15 minutes, trying to catch even a single recognizable word, but there was nothing, just this continuous, unsettling exchange in a language that sounded like it didn't belong in our world. Eventually, I stepped away from the wall, completely freaked out. The uneasy feeling in my stomach was so intense that I texted Daniel right away. "Can't meet tonight. Something weird is happening. Tell you tomorrow." I barely slept that night. I kept listening for those voices, but they eventually faded away. I'd turn on my bedside lamp, then turn it off again, torn between wanting the comfort of light and not wanting anyone, particularly my aunt, to know I was awake. I pulled my blanket up to my chin despite the Manila heat and humidity, feeling like a little kid afraid of the dark. The next morning, I dragged myself to breakfast, exhausted and still unnerved. My other aunt, Clara, was making pandesal, Filipino bread rolls, and eggs in the kitchen. I asked casually, "Is Aunt Miriam still sleeping? I heard voices from her room last night." Clara looked at me strangely. "What do you mean?" Miriam left yesterday afternoon for that missionary conference in Cebu. She won't be back until Friday. I felt like someone had dumped ice water over me. No, that can't be right. I heard people talking in her room last night. 2 women. Clara shook her head firmly. No one was in that room last night, Sophia. I was the only one home with you. Maybe you were dreaming? But I wasn't dreaming. I was wide awake, standing with my ear pressed against that wall, listening to those voices for 15 solid minutes. Clara must have seen the color drain from my face because she sat me down and asked what exactly I'd heard. I told her about the strange language, how it sounded ancient and unrecognizable. I expected her to laugh it off or tell me I was being dramatic. Instead, she got this serious look on her face and asked me if I'd said any prayers before bed. Then she went to get her Bible and sprinkled holy water in my room later that day. She never explained why, but her reaction only made me more afraid. When I saw Daniel at school that day, I told him everything. He seemed genuinely disturbed and mentioned that his father had talked about the complicated history of the campus grounds. Apparently, before it became a missionary campus, the land had been used for various purposes, including potentially some kind of indigenous ritual site. Daniel's father didn't like talking about it because it didn't fit with the Christian narrative they promoted. Over the next few days, I started noticing other things about the campus I hadn't paid attention to before, like how certain areas always felt colder than others despite the tropical heat. How some of the older staff refused to walk alone through specific buildings after dark. How there were crosses embedded in unusual places in the architecture, not just as decorations but almost like wards. I tried researching pre-colonial Filipino languages and religious practices but found very little concrete information. Most of what I learned was filtered through the Spanish colonial or American missionary perspective, which dismissed indigenous practices as pagan or primitive. I never heard those voices again, though I listened for them nearly every night until I left the Philippines 6 months later. But that one experience was enough to change me. I became hyper-aware of the layers of history beneath our feet, the voices that get silenced or forgotten, and the possibility that some of them might still be trying to speak. When I told my mom about it after returning to the States, she brushed it off as my imagination or a dream. But then she said something that stuck with me. Those old places in Manila, they have memories. Sometimes the walls remember things people want to forget. I've spent years trying to find an explanation for what I heard that night. Was it some kind of residual haunting? 2 spirits who didn't know they were dead, continuing a conversation from decades or centuries ago? Or was it something else entirely, something connected to the land itself, to rituals and beliefs that existed long before missionaries ever arrived? What disturbs me most isn't just that I heard voices in an empty room. It's that they were speaking a language I couldn't recognize, a language that felt fundamentally wrong somehow, like it wasn't meant for human ears. And that physical sensation of the words vibrating through the wall and into my body, I've never experienced anything like it before or since. I'm 25 now and living back in the States, far away from that missionary campus in Manila. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I find myself pressing my ear against the wall, half expecting to hear those voices again, and I wonder, if I had understood what they were saying, would I have been better off, or would that knowledge have haunted me even more than the mystery does? Story 22. I still can't sleep with my closet door open. It's been 3 months since that night at Eldridge Asylum, and I'm writing this down because I can't keep pretending it didn't happen. Maybe putting it into words will help make sense of it all, though I doubt it. I grew up in Eldridge, this tiny speck on the map that most GPS systems don't even recognize. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone's business, and local legends get passed around like currency. The asylum on the edge of town was our own local boogeyman story. The Eldridge State Hospital for the Mentally Disturbed closed down in the 70s after some kind of scandal nobody talks about clearly. My best friend Mike had been obsessed with the place since we were kids. We'd grown up hearing all sorts of stories about it. Screams in the night, lights flickering when nobody was there, that sort of thing. So when my boyfriend Ethan suggested we check it out that Friday night in October, I should have known better. But Mike was immediately on board, and his girlfriend Jessica didn't want to be left out. I was the only one with reservations. "Come on, Rachel," Mike had said while we were having coffee at the town's only decent cafe. "We've been talking about this forever. One night, in and out, just to see what's actually there versus what's just stories." I remember exactly how cold it was that evening. This bone-deep autumn chill that made me wish I'd worn another layer under my jacket. The asylum stood about half a mile into the woods at the town's edge. This massive Victorian monstrosity with boarded windows and a facade that might have once been impressive but now just looked wrong, like something trying to look normal but not quite managing it. We parked Mike's car at the edge of the forest and hiked the rest of the way. The whole time, I kept feeling like someone was watching us from between the trees. The sun was setting as we reached the asylum grounds, casting this sickly orange glow over everything. The front doors were chained shut, but Mike knew about a basement entrance through a half-collapsed section at the back. "Old man Harkins used to be a janitor here," he explained as we climbed through the gap. "Told my dad all about the layout before he died." The smell hit me first, this mixture of mold, decay, and something metallic that caught in the back of my throat. We clicked on our flashlights, the beams cutting through darkness so thick it felt alive. The basement was mostly storage rooms filled with rotting furniture and water-damaged papers. "This is actually kind of disappointing," Jessica said, shining her light at some old filing cabinets. "I was expecting, I don't know, straitjackets and weird equipment." "That'll be upstairs," Ethan replied, finding a stairwell leading up. "This is just where they kept supplies." I remember the exact moment things started feeling wrong. We'd made our way up to the first floor, and I was shining my flashlight down a long corridor lined with doors. The walls were this faded institutional green, peeling in places to reveal brick underneath. And that's when I first heard it, this faint whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, freezing in place. "Hear what?" Mike asked, but his voice sounded too loud in the silence. "Just voices, like someone whispering." "Probably just wind," Ethan said, squeezing my hand. "This place is full of drafts." But it wasn't wind. As we moved deeper into the asylum, the whispers grew more distinct. Not loud enough to make out words, but definitely human voices, urgent and frantic. Jessica heard them too after a while, and I could tell by the way Mike's shoulders tensed that he was hearing them now as well. We found what must have been the old nurse's station, with a half-rotted desk and moldy patient records scattered across the floor. Beyond that was a day room with broken chairs arranged in a circle, like whoever had been sitting there had just gotten up and left mid-session. "Check this out," Ethan called from an adjoining room. We followed his voice and found ourselves in what could only have been an operating room. There was this massive table in the center, metal with these leather restraints attached to it. The surface was stained with something dark that couldn't possibly still be blood after all these years, but looked exactly like it. Rusty surgical tools were scattered across a tray nearby, scalpels, clamps, things I couldn't even identify. "Why would they need an operating room in a mental asylum?" Jessica whispered, her voice shaky. "You don't want to know," Mike replied, his face pale in the flashlight beam. "They did lobotomies here, cut into people's brains to fix them." I was about to suggest we'd seen enough when the door behind us slammed shut with a bang that echoed through the entire building. Jessica screamed, and I nearly dropped my flashlight. Ethan ran to the door and pulled at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. "It's stuck," he said, his voice tight with panic. "Something's blocking it from the other side." And that's when the whispers changed. They grew louder, more insistent, morphing into these horrible screams that seemed to bounce off the walls. It wasn't just wind or our imagination. These were voices filled with pain and terror. Mike found another door leading out of the operating room and we squeezed through into a different hallway, but nothing looked familiar anymore. The corridors seemed to twist and turn in ways that made no sense, leading us deeper into the building instead of toward an exit. "We need to calm down," Mike said after what felt like hours of wandering. "We're just getting ourselves lost because we're panicking." "How are you so calm right now?" Jessica snapped, her mascara streaked down her cheeks from crying. "Did you not hear those screams?" "Of course I heard them," Mike shot back, "but freaking out isn't going to help us find a way out." I checked my phone for the time. We'd been inside for nearly 2 hours, though it felt much longer. No signal, of course. The flashlight beams were starting to dim, which meant the batteries were running low. The thought of being trapped in total darkness made my chest tighten with fear. We eventually found ourselves in a large hall that might have been used for events or gatherings. The ceiling was higher here and moonlight filtered in through a few broken windows. In the center of the room stood an old grand piano, its wood warped and keys yellowed with age. Jessica walked over to it, almost in a trance. "My grandmother had one like this," she murmured, pressing one of the keys. The single note echoed through the hall, and suddenly the whispers stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. Then came this humming, low and melodic, like a lullaby being sung by someone who didn't quite remember the tune. "Guys," Ethan whispered, pointing his flashlight toward the corners of the room. "Look." The shadows were moving, not just shifting with our flashlight beams, but actually changing shape, twisting into human forms. I could make out faces in the darkness, gaunt, hollow-eyed faces twisted in expressions of agony. They weren't solid, more like impressions in the shadows, but they were definitely there, and they were watching us. "Stay," a voice whispered, so close to my ear I could feel the breath. "Stay with us." "We need to get out now," I gasped, grabbing Ethan's arm. We ran. I don't remember making a conscious decision to move. One moment we were frozen in place, the next we were sprinting through the corridors. The shadows followed us, flowing along the walls and ceiling like living ink. The humming grew louder, joined by that awful whispering again, all saying the same word over and over. "Stay, stay, stay." I don't know how we found our way back to the main entrance. Pure luck, maybe. Or perhaps the asylum was guiding us there for some reason of its own. We burst into the main foyer, the front doors just yards away, when a figure stepped out of the darkness to block our path. It wasn't a shadow this time. This was solid, or seemed to be. Tall and thin, wearing what looked like a doctor's coat, but its face, I still can't describe its face properly. It was like someone had taken a normal face and stretched it, distorted it until it was just wrong. Its eyes were too large, too dark, and it smiled at us with too many teeth. Ethan was carrying a small fire extinguisher he'd grabbed from a wall somewhere along the way. Without hesitation, he pulled the pin and sprayed the figure with a cloud of white foam. The thing shrieked, a sound that made my eardrums feel like they were about to burst, and we pushed past it, slamming into the front doors. The chains that had held them shut were gone. We spilled out into the night air, gasping and sobbing, and didn't stop running until we reached Mike's car. I remember Ethan fumbling with the keys, his hands shaking so badly he could barely get them into the ignition. We drove back to town in complete silence, each of us processing what had happened. "We never talk about this," Mike finally said as we reached my house. "No one would believe us anyway." We all agreed. What else could we do? Tell people we'd seen ghosts, shadows that moved, a thing that might have been a doctor once but wasn't human anymore. They'd think we were on drugs or just making it up for attention, but keeping quiet didn't make it go away. The next morning I woke up to find handprints on my bedroom window, on the inside, pressed against the glass like someone had been trying to get out. Ethan started having nightmares so bad he was afraid to fall asleep. Jessica began seeing people out of the corner of her eye who vanished when she turned to look at them. And Mike became obsessed with researching the asylum's history, digging through old newspaper articles and town records. They didn't just do lobotomies, he told me a week after our visit, his eyes red-rimmed from lack of sleep. They experimented on patients, tried to cure them with methods that were basically torture. Dozens of people died there. 2 weeks after our visit, Jessica called me in the middle of the night, sobbing so hard I could barely understand her. She said she kept hearing humming coming from her bathroom, the same melody we'd heard in the asylum. When she finally worked up the courage to check, she found all her mirrors covered in fog with words written in the condensation, "You should have stayed." 3 weeks in, Ethan broke up with me, said he couldn't handle being around me anymore because I reminded him too much of that night. I think the truth is, he couldn't handle that we shared this experience, that every time we looked at each other, we both knew what we'd seen was real. Last night was the worst so far. I was lying in bed, almost asleep, when I heard whispering coming from my closet. At first, I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, but it got louder, more insistent, until I could make out words. "Rachel, come back to us. We miss you." I don't know where I found the courage, but I got out of bed and opened the closet door. A cold breeze rushed out, carrying the smell of antiseptic and decay, the exact smell of the asylum, and in that gust of air, I heard them clearly, all those voices overlapping. "You brought us home with you. We're here now. We'll always be here." I slammed the door shut and pushed my dresser in front of it, spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and shadow. I don't know what to do. None of us do. Whatever was in that asylum, whatever is still there, it attached itself to us somehow. We didn't just visit that place. We brought pieces of it back with us. And I don't think it's ever going to let us go. The whispers are getting louder now. Sometimes I think I can see shapes forming in the shadows of my room. I keep my closet door shut, but I know that won't hold them back forever. Whatever they are, whatever they want from us, they're patient. They've been waiting for years in that abandoned building. They can wait a little longer. I just heard something scratching at my bedroom door. I have to go now.